Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Monica Sementilli. We are up to day 23. So, yesterday was pretty interesting. We had Chris Austin, who was one of the two perpetrators that committed this crime, which was stabbing and slicing Fabio Sementilli to death. So, no other way to sugarcoat that. So, let's see who is with us today. Green-Eyed Cat, good morning to you. Butterfly Dana, hello, hello. Green-Eyed Cat, you in the internet, such as it is. Shirley Roth, hello. Cajun Bayou Queen, good morning to you. Curveal, good to see you. Baka, hello, hello. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, good to see you. Brat, how are you? How is the weather up there? Real Happy 33, hello. Oh, Kelly J. My Wi-Fi at work is horrible with the storm coming through. Yep, we just went through a storm here ourselves in Florida. Dreama, how are you? How was your, you got hit pretty hard yesterday. How are you? Maddie's mom, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Tammy and KS, how are you? Pammy. Oh, well, that's just moderate rain starting. All right, we had a tornado. We were under a tornado watch. It was 12 here, I guess around 10 or so. Butterfly Dana says, good morning, all chatters. Nice, good to see you, and thank you for that. Pammy. Hola, hello, gangstas. How are you? Only fan, good morning, noon, night. Awesome. Irish Amy, how are you? Krista Limited Edition, hello. Therapist, you know. How are you? How did you survive? I'm assuming you have power back. I have not had a chance to check our mod chat, so I hope you have power back. Pam, how are you? Devada, good to see you. Leslie, Lily Wayne, thank you for joining us, guys. All right, so I have determined, hey, Carol O'Neill, Emmy G, how are you? Kathy L, good to see you, thank you. Lots of trees down, huh? Yeah. I got to check in with my my nephew's wife. She's still living over there in New Orleans. So I'm pretty sure that they're a half hour delayed because yesterday I was talking with Mona, and she said court just ended abruptly, and that was like our time, like 7, and then sure enough, like 26 minutes later, he ended it. So I think we're on a delay, and today they're starting at 12:30. So I think we are on a half hour delay. So, to that end, I am going to play, let's listen to the 911 call again. All right, let's listen to the 911 call. While we wait, let's listen to this 911 call, and then we can talk about it after.
Doesn't hear this, what the defendant tells me.
All right, here's the 911 call. Let's just check it out again. Oh, there's going to be 2 of me. Maybe I'll cover myself. Oh, do Trial TV Lives. There, I'll cover myself. All right, so this is the 911 call from day, let's see. It was actually day 2. Because the state took 2 days for their opening. All right, so this is the 911 call from day 2. Let's check it out.
Melanie is that she's going with friends to Vegas, and so there's a text string between the defendant and Melanie that takes place from April 16th to April 21st. These are portions of their conversation regarding Vegas.
All right, hold on. That's still her opening. I'm not sure why it did that. Let's get to the 911 call.
And then with the court's permission, I'll play the call. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is Bella. This is Isabella. She got home, right? So Baker and Austin had driven out, and Bella comes back like 2 minutes later. All right, so this is Isabella on the phone with 911.
Yeah, do you have a defibrillator? I don't know what that is. That's okay, don't worry about it. I want you to put you down on this bag, on the floor. Is it down the floor, on the back? No, he's leaning over a chair. He's like over a chair. Just get him off the chair, and then get him off.
Okay, she said he was hanging over a chair. So remember yesterday Austin said that they stabbed him and they did what they did and they left him on the chair. And then we showed the pictures yesterday very briefly, but Fabio is basically on his knees, like on the chair, right? On the his knees are on the ground and his head and his body are on the seat of the chair. So we're trying to figure out what Austin was saying, because the whole point of the cross yesterday obviously is to impeach him, and that's just a minor thing of like, how did they leave him? So Bella found him and she's like, he's on the chair. So we're still not sure. Did she say he slumped on the chair or he's sitting on the chair? Let me rewind that.
Get close to that and try to wake him up. Okay. Dad, please, Dad. No, Dad. I'm shaking him. Okay, all right. This is what we're going to do. Okay, if you have the defibrillator, I want you to go get it. Do you have the defibrillator? I don't know what that is. That's okay, don't worry about it. I want you to put you down on this bag, on the floor. Is it down the floor, on the back? No, he's leaning over a chair. He's like over a chair. Just get him off the chair, and then get him on the floor on the back. Let's look away with the blood, okay? See, any knives or any tools? No, there's a fire burning. What's burning? And the house on fire? It's a fire pit outside. The fire is on. Okay. All right, that's okay. I want you to go ahead and put them on the back immediately. That's good, okay? You did it really good. Okay, you did it very good. Stay within the line. My dad is really heavy. Okay. Just put him on his back as soon as you can. Get to this quickly. Oh my God. He's all right. Okay. All right. It's really heavy. Can you roll one to the back? Somehow bring him on the back, okay? Okay, I'll
All right, I'm going to show the picture of Fabio real quick, okay? So real quick. So just so those that missed it yesterday, it's graphic, but I'm just going to show it real quick so you can understand how he was found and what the 911 operator is. First of all, shake him, see if he's awake. So she's like, Dad, right? And then the operator and 911's telling her to roll him over on his back. All right, so I'm going to show Fabio. So heads up. So there's how he was on the chair. He basically just fell on his knees. So and remember, he's 300 pounds, right? So that's one shot of Fabio. And then again, I'm not going to linger on these because they're pretty brutal, but just so you know what Bella is going through right now, what she walked into. Here's another. So there he is, and she's like, the 911 operator's like, roll him over. I mean, the guy's just, Anyway, so let's continue on.
You're doing a good job. Yeah, keep going. Try again. Get a neighbor to help you. Yell for help if you need to. I need help. I really can't look him up. Try again. Pull his arm. Okay.
So again, he's the 911 operator saying, yeah, Ola, it's almost impossible, right? I know the responder is doing the best, but it is frustrating listening to him give impossible instructions. I was given similarly unhelpful stuff too one time, but old enough to just say okay and ignore it. And Krista, you said that they showed this all over the news. They showed that photo. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'll just show it real briefly, just so you guys can quickly see it. Lily Wayne, yeah, really hard to roll over a 300-pound man. He's basically double my size. I'm like 140, 142-ish, and I'm 5'10", so he's basically two of me. So, and then I don't hate to say it like this, but he's dead weight, so he's just like, yeah. So, all right, we'll finish up listening. I think it's almost over.
Just pull his arm one direction and get him on his back. I am. Okay, you're doing good. Keep doing it. We gotta get him on his back. Do it quickly. Try again. You got some time. Get him off the ground. You're doing good.
Geez, I'm talking. Sorry, guys. Yep, sorry. So who took the first picture, though? I know. Yep, sorry, guys. Sorry, it'll take a second to kick in. Sorry, I know I'm muted. Sorry. So let me redo that. So who took the first picture, though? So the first picture that we showed is... let's see. I think it must have been the first responders, because then they flip them over on that other picture. They flip them over. Right? I think that he's I think the first responders, because Daryl Yoshihashi is on the stand right now. So I can't imagine it was Bella taking pictures. I'm pretty sure, because if you look at this one, see the hands, see the gloves? So it was probably, I'm thinking it was the first responders took pictures. All right, let's listen in.
Good, keep going. Okay, but if I pull him off the chair, he gets closer to the fire. Okay, please use the chair and pull it the way.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of the 911 call associated with this call that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds.
I'm sorry?
Please retrieve the transcripts.
Were you en route to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
That day, were you working with a partner or another team member?
Yeah. So on the rescue, it was me and another firefighter paramedic.
Who was that?
Brendan Liu.
Did you go straight to the location as soon as you got the call?
Yes, from our fire station.
When you arrived there, was there anybody else as far as medical support or police officers that arrived prior to you?
Call LAPD, and then there was another engine company so we responded.
Guys, this isn't live. This is from day 2, just so you know. We're waiting for court to kick in. They're coming in at 12:30, so this is not live. I was wanting to play the 911 call again because we're trying to figure out who took those pictures. So this is not live. They come in at 12:30, which is another 20 minutes. This is from day 2, just so you know.
As a rescue from our district, but the rescue in the district where it was happening, they happened to be out maybe on another medical call, so there was their engine there who was staffed with a captain, an engineer, and 2 firefighters and their EMTs. And at that time, they kind of gave us an idea of what was going on, and they needed us to, basically assess and kind of for us pronounce or determine death, because they just needed us there for the assessment portion of it.
Okay.
Yep.
So when you arrived there was fire department paramedic personnel there?
Yes.
Now you mentioned LAPD. Was there any LAPD that you recall there?
At the time, yes, but there were, but I don't recall, how many units or anything like that. They had secured the scene for us to come in and do the medical portion.
Okay. Now can you just walk us through when you got there, what happened?
So when we got there, we got our medical equipment out, and then we met with the captain who kind of, there was another paramedic engine there, I should say.
All right, so probably the fire rescue guys, they probably took the pictures then, because he just said, Daryl just said that the fire captain was there. There was already an engine there. So I thought maybe he took the pictures. He may have too. He may have taken the pictures, but I'm thinking the people that were there already, the fire engines, those guys were there, and they took the picture.
And that medic wanted us, said basically, that the victim had penetrating trauma, and then so he needed us to hook our life pack up to run through a couple tests to basically determine that the victim wasn't going to be resuscitated on the field, which we proceeded to do. So we used our medical equipment. We checked for what we do in LA County. It's reference 814. So there are certain times when we will not work up victims, like if there are obvious signs of death, like crush, or if they're decapitated, things along that line. But for the victim, it was that he had a massive laceration and penetrating trauma to him, and then he was basically asystolic on the monitor, so he was flatlined. We listened to his lung sounds, we listened to his heart, everything was coming back negative, so we were able to basically pronounce him, dead at that time.
All right. So we were talking yesterday about Austin's testimony, right? And he said that they after they stabbed Fabio, they left him on the chair. So I'm trying to think, because they walked in. So Fabio's sitting on the chair. I think he said he was smoking a cigar or whatever. They came up. Baker, covered his mouth so he couldn't scream or yell out. Austin held him down, I guess, and Baker was stabbing him, right? And then he said we left him on the chair. So we're trying to figure out, did they leave him on the chair like this? Did he slump over? But then, we remembered the photos that they showed that Fabio was on his knees with his top half of his body, his torso, and his head resting on the seat of the chair. So we're trying to figure out, was he standing up, and then he got attacked and he just crumpled down, like what? So it's just an odd position for Fabio to be in, right? So that's why I wanted to, I just wanted to replay that. So, all right. So, hey, Hellcat, thank you for joining us. Let's see, I know a lot of people popped in. Let me see who we have here. Who do we have with us today that I didn't say hello to yet? think there was a few new people that I have not said hello to yet. Oh, Drunky the Bear. Yep, seriously, that was so long ago. Are you able to tag me? I just tagged you. See if you can tag me. Yes, Lily Wayne. Figure we are still on cross with Austin when they start today. I think so. Yeah, because they ended so abruptly, and then we'll have to do redirect as well. There's Capri Law. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, if I missed anybody, oh, Gordon, there you are. I think Austin said he did the first stab. Let me go back and I'll check my notes. Britt says good morning. All right, let me go. Let me check my notes. I know he said he stabbed once and then he closed his eyes. I do remember that. Let me see if I can find. So we are. I closed my eyes after I stabbed him once on the neck. Let's see. Victim was sitting in his chair facing the patio door. Baker covers his mouth and started stabbing him. I closed my eyes after I stabbed him once on the neck. Fabio was still on the chair. He never got up from the chair. They were simultaneously stabbing. Baker stabbed the neck and face. I closed my eyes and didn't see much. Fabio didn't say anything. So it seems like So Fabio's sitting facing the door. They come busting in. Baker covers his mouth and starts stabbing him. And Fabio never got up from the chair. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How did he flip? I don't know. That's really weird, right? How did he flip around? I don't understand that. Let's see. A therapist is asking Baca, then how is Baker able to come up? Let's see, Baca, what was your question? Austin stated Fabio was facing the door. Yeah. Yep, he was facing the patio door. Oh, did that work now? Yes, I can tag you. Okay, so weird how that happens sometimes. I know. I've gone through times where I try to even chat in some channels and I can't even chat. I gave up on that, All right, so another 16 minutes or so. So let's see. So Fabio saw them enter. According to Austin, yeah, and Baker was able to walk up to him and put his hands over his mouth. I don't think he walked. I think he ran. I think he said he was running low. He was crouched and he was running low. So they open the door. They come busting in. That distance could have only been, 3 steps. Could have only been like 10 feet. Fabio's chilling. He's got a cigar, maybe he's got his phone, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, boom, people bust in within a second, split second. That's it, He just didn't have time, I don't think. Tammy said, Austin said Fabio tried to scream in the beginning and nothing came out. Oh, I don't remember that. So Drunky the Bear, do we know how many days went by from the deletion until the reception? 2 or 3. This was on the 23rd, and I think it was the 26th. Or is that? So February 26th through March 3rd in Toronto. Rob's demeanor on the 26th. Yep. So 3 days. Right? Because this was the 23rd. So 3 days. Is there a picture of the patio? Well, I guess there is, but it's Fabio. This is kind of, it's this one. I don't have one of, oh, wait a minute. Wait. There is. Hold on. Did I take pictures of it? There's pictures, when they were doing the, when they were having the memorial for him. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. When they were having the memorial, there were pictures. Remember, they were taking pictures of Baker. But where was that? Where was that? What day was that in? When they were having the memorial, there were pictures. Remember? I don't know what day it was when they were talking about the memorial. Hold on. Maybe day 6. Let me see if I can find it from day 6. All right, that's Luigi. Yeah, I don't have a picture of. Yeah, I'm gonna. I don't have one handy. I'd have to do some digging, and I don't know where. I don't know where it is. So we'll have to continue on for that. There was one from the house tour. House tour? Now I got to find the house tour. All right. All right. I found that. Okay, I got the house tour. This might be faster to find. Okay, hold on. All right. All right, hang tight. I got the house tour. Hang tight.
Hi, I'm Desiree Zuckerman, and I'd love to give you a tour of 5012 Queen Victoria Road. It's in the beautiful Forest Hills Estates, south of the Boulevard of Woodland Hills. Come on in and let's take a look. This home features an open floor plan. The living room flows very nicely off of the grand entry with double doors into the formal dining room. The formal dining room is right off of the kitchen for easy access. Lots of windows and doors again that take advantage of the entertainer's yard. The living room and dining room area flow back into the kitchen. Again, great for entertaining. Tons of cabinet space, granite counters, lots of storage. There's a built-in sub-zero fridge. We have a great stainless hood, double ovens. And again, just lots of counter space. And then the kitchen itself has a French door that leads out to the barbecue area, so you can take the food out for entertaining. The kitchen
There it was. Hold on. Let me rewind that.
also has a zero fridge. We have a great stainless hood, double ovens. And again, just lots of counter space. And then the kitchen itself has a French door that leads out to the barbecue area, so you can take the food out for.
All right. So assuming he's probably sitting somewhere near there. Again, it's right. I'll keep playing it because we still have about 10 minutes to go before live trial, but right? So it's only like maybe 5 steps. And if, again, he's just chilling out, he's got a cigar, he's on his phone, he's doing whatever, and boom, these guys come running in, right?
Entertaining. The kitchen also has a breakfast nook for in-kitchen dining. The home is also equipped with a 4-camera security system. There are 3 bedroom suites down and a bedroom plus a bonus room up. 2 of the bedroom suites down share a Jack and Jill bath. They both have French sliding doors out to the yard. There's a lovely downstairs master suite. There's a stamped concrete driveway. The lot is approximately 17,000 square feet. There's tons of lush landscaping and beautiful, fully grown mature trees. There's a large redwood deck which outlines the swimmer's pool and a spa. There's great shaded areas for dining and eating and relaxing. In the Forest Hills neighborhood.
All right. So, yes, therapist, you know, I'm pretty sure he said they came through the kitchen. So, again, if he's hanging out like in generally that area, that's only a few steps, right? And therapist, you know, says this was from 11 years ago. So I think that's a pretty good. Let me take a screenshot of that. I think that's pretty good right there. That shows kind of the distance, right? That's pretty good. So, all right, let's see. Start to pay attention to live trial here. Oh, all right. I think my friend might be in the chat. Let's see. Yeah, so it seems like it's maybe 5 to 10 feet tops, right? So.
Or did they pass? Did they pass the garage when they went in? Because that's what Austin said yesterday.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Well, we'll keep playing this for a little while.
Okay.
South of the boulevard in Woodland Hills. It's very quaint, nestled among hills and decorated with the famous deodora trees. There's only about 40 homes. There is an active homeowners association, but it's a modest $250 a year, and everyone watches out for each other. Great area to walk, bike, and hike.
All right, I'm just trying to find, I'm pretty sure they came through the garage. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm just trying to find. Baker had the. Let's see. Hold on. Victim was sitting in his chair. Okay. Let me get. On the count of 3, you're going to hold him down. Okay. So when we got to the driveway, the door should be open. He followed him in. Went through the hallway. He should be out back. Told me to stay low. Creeped ahead. Made sure he wasn't seen. On the count of 3, you're going to hold him down. Baker opened the door. Held Fabio's mouth so he couldn't scream. He started stabbing him. So yeah. So, and then I think he said that they walked by the garage. So, yeah, they walked through the house. They walked through the house. All right. Let me pay attention to the live feed here because they should be starting any minute. 4 minutes to go. All right. I'm gonna have to put myself over here. Baka, we need cop cam videos again. Yeah, that would be cool. Therapist, what was the purpose behind the question to Austin? Are you right or left-handed? I think when they were showing the diagrams of how where he was attacked, they were probably saying, well, most of it was on this side, or I was on this side, so that means the person was right-handed, right? Because it's easier to do this than it is to do that, but they could be coming from behind. I guess it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because you could be coming up behind somebody and doing that, or you could be in front of them. So I guess it really doesn't matter. Therapist, I thought it was to be able to tell which stabs, cuts might have been made from the front versus the back. Something like that, I'm sure. Yeah. Drunky the Bear, good morning. Good. Shirley Roth, Baker used Austin because he was a big guy to hold him down. Yeah, he kept asking him, what's your size? How tall are you? Or, yeah, he kept asking him all these weird questions, Yeah, that was my point. If someone was behind versus in front, right? Yeah, Shirley, that's all Aaron. Aaron created the last two thumbnails, so look at the picture of Monica in the drawing with the bra on.
Yeah, she's doing some not so nice things that I can edit.
You had to edit out?
Edit out, yeah.
Yep, she was doing some self-pleasuring in that photo. She's just so gross. Ken, just noticed the thumbnail. All right, I'm going to go. I got to get my water, so I'll be back in a sec. Drunky the Bear, yes. Aaron put the insert here lips. Yeah, Capri Law, such a great thumbnail. Aaron, great job. Get your freak on. That was Shirley Roth. It is. It really is. Yeah. When you have content like this, it is easy to work with. Yeah, we didn't know how much we could get away with YouTube. I didn't want to. I mean, we just got back into the partner program. That's the last thing we wanted was to get smacked again. Okay, Super Ball, you can take over the stream. There she is. Enjoy, go girl. Oh, Trial Junkies United. Did you hear her yesterday? Were you with us? I don't think you were. When Super Ball came up and she was purring and meowing and she was like meow, meow, with her purr meows. I don't think you were with us. Yeah, Ken. To be fair to Monica, she knows how to create content, so to speak. Lily Wayne, they showed pictures of where Rob was sitting at the get-together afterwards. Seemed to be two comfy chairs with a little table in between. It was Fabio's chair. People knew it was his and only his. Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, yay, Super Ball. Irish Amy, Super Ball. Ken Rosenberg. Real Happy 33. Capri Law, she literally said hello in a meow. Yeah, that's really funny. if it happens again, I'll definitely do it. But Marley says, woof. Shirley Roth, Super Bowl sleepy. She was meowing. It was really funny. Child Junkies United. It was cute. She does that a lot. Like she does these purr meows. Irish Amy, Super Bowl is an excellent co-host. Very good purr meow commentary. There you go. Oh. All right, Chris. Pay attention. All right. Therapist, yeah, I saw that. Yep. OnlyFan clipped it, put it in the mod chat. Oh, you weren't feeling good yesterday? I hope you're feeling better today. I hope you're feeling better today, my friend. That stinks. I hope today is a better day for you, Trial Junkies United. Objection! I don't like the fact that you're not feeling well. I hope today you're feeling better. Oh, Capriola, thank you for the $5. We got to hear Aaron the goat. You guys are the best. Oh, thank you, Capri. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, bless you. Bless you. So, Capri Law, thank you for the donation to Hearing Aaron. Yes, hit the like button, you guys. Please hit the like button. I will do the same. I already have. All right, please hit the like button as you're coming in. Therapist says bless you. Butterfly Dana, let's see. Fabio's chair was where Monica had his picture and cigar put when she invited people to the house for, I guess, a memorial. Yeah. Yep. Shirley Roth says bless you. Yeah, they set up like this shrine. Remember, they set a shrine. They had the Big Daddy hat. I forget what else they did. But they set this shrine up for him, for Fabio, for that memorial. And did Baker sit in it? I didn't think he sat in it. God, that would have been really, really crass if he did. I don't remember him sitting in it. I could be wrong. I just don't remember that. But can you imagine? I hope he didn't, but he might have. Widespread panic. I always forget to hit the like button despite following videos on YouTube for so long. I know it's hard. Proud Junkies United. It was all that dust. Therapist, was sending from her side of Texas to ours. Really windy. Yeah, I saw some video that therapist posted for us. Looked like a hurricane, you guys. You guys like went through a hurricane. We were under a tornado watch, I think, or warning, at like about 2.5 hours ago. But whatever happened has blown through. And
Fabio Sementilli, the defendant is present. All counsel present, jury, and also present. Good morning. I'm told there is an end in sight. Somewhere. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath. The defense may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Austin.
Good morning.
Mr. Austin, you discussed yesterday, as I recall, not wanting to really tell the truth until you had an attorney. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. That's what was advised to me as soon as I met with my attorney.
And when did you first meet with your attorney?
In October, sometime in November.
Were you in Vancouver or were you in Los Angeles?
I was in Los Angeles.
Well, you had an attorney in Vancouver too, didn't you?
Who advised me that extradition was probably better than waiting to come to court.
All right, but that attorney was appointed for you up there?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to the attorney at all as to whether or not you should talk to the authorities up in Vancouver and answer their questions?
The attorney in Vancouver advised that I waive extradition and say, go ahead and say you're ready to come. And that's what happened.
Well, I understand that, but you were interviewed several times up in Vancouver.
Several.
Right? You talked to Miss Stagel and the two officers behind me. They interviewed you up in Vancouver, right?
On the 2nd of October, yes.
Yes. And you had conversations with the Perkins individual in the cell for about 5 or 6 hours. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell the truth to any of them, right? About Ms. Sementilli being involved in anything.
I didn't tell them everything, no.
Well, the one thing you left out was Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
That's the only thing you left out, right?
I left out a lot of details to them.
Well, but you told them up there that you had killed Mr. Sementilli, the motherfucker, as you put it, you called him, right?
That's what I told them.
That you had stabbed him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You confessed to the murder, correct?
I confessed to being a part of it.
And you confessed to being part of it with Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong.
Yes.
So the only thing you left out was including Miss Sementilli. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Why did you just leave her out and tell them about Baker and Birdsong and yourself?
It wasn't until the detective took my DNA that at that time, in my mind, they knew everything. So why even play with them?
Why even play with them?
That was my thought.
What do you mean by play with them?
There's no point in playing games with somebody who flew up from Los Angeles to pull me over and have me arrested on my way to work.
So you knew, whether it was DNA or anything else, that when they came all the way up to Vancouver to interview you, you knew they had you, right?
I knew they knew something.
Oh, what did you think they knew?
I don't know.
Well, they told you what they knew, right?
Pretty much.
And you told them, more important, what you did.
Yes.
So whatever they told you was enough to get you to say that you had stabbed and killed, along with Mr. Baker, Fabio Sementilli, an individual you never knew, you didn't even know his name, right?
Not at the time, no.
You didn't confess to them that you killed Fabio Sementilli when you were up in Vancouver?
I thought I told you yes earlier.
Told me what earlier?
Yes.
You did. Right?
Yes, sir.
So you knew they had you on first-degree murder charges?
No.
What'd you think?
I thought they wanted to ask me some questions.
And why did you think they wanted to ask you some questions?
Well, I would imagine.
I want to know what you were thinking at the time, or imagining. Go on.
At the time, if you pull me over on my way to work, then 9 times out of 10, they probably saw my phone number with Mr. Baker's phone number. So, I'm an honest guy. I had turned my life around. So, why even bother playing with them? Their flight arrangements, the amount of time they took to come out here.
Exactly. And so you decided they got you. Why play around? They've got your phone records with Mr. Baker. You're going to tell them the truth, right?
Yes.
But one thing you didn't know if they had was any evidence tying you to Miss Sementilli.
I figured they probably combined everything. I just didn't tell them everything until I got an attorney present. to advise me on the proper way to proceed.
Well, you asked for an attorney while you were up in Vancouver, didn't you?
I did.
There's a site here where it says, you're talking to the Perkins guy.
Objection, this is hearsay.
I haven't really heard the question. Were you going to bring in a statement?
Statement of Mr. Austin.
Can we approach him?
All right.
So when you were up in Vancouver, at one point, attorney, remember that?
I remember saying that in the form of a question.
Okay. And you talked to an attorney up there, right, about extradition?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Vegas and time.
So ruled.
Okay. So my question to you is, they told you that they wanted to talk to you then, up in Vancouver, if you were willing to talk to them. And that's Mustang, Detective Byers, Detective Farrell. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you had a choice. Either talk to them or not talk to them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you had already been talking to the Perkins individual and saying all sorts of things about what you did and so forth, and what you should do and whether you should get the bitch and talk about Monica and all that. You already had those conversations with the Perkins individual, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't know the Perkins individual was working for the police and was going to tell them everything you said.
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't know that that was all tape recorded, so they would end up knowing everything you said, and we'd end up knowing it. You didn't know that either.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you thought you had a choice, your own choice, whether to speak to the detectives and the DA, Ms. Stagel, or not. Right?
Yes.
And I read you a lot of quotes yesterday where you basically were saying, both to the Perkins guy and to the DAs, I got to get back and see my daughter. I got to get home and see my wife. That's the only way I'm going to do it. So I'm going to talk to you, right?
Yes, sir.
You even said, tell me what you need. Right?
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by tell me what you need?
I don't know what else to say. Like, tell me what you need. You need me to stand on one foot? I'll stand on one foot.
Okay. Well, they didn't want you to stand on one foot, but they wanted you to give him evidence against Miss Sementilli, right?
They wanted to know the truth of what happened.
Okay. And did you tell them the whole truth as to what happened?
Not when I was in Washington.
Okay. But you did tell them about what you did and how you killed Fabio Sementilli, correct?
I did tell them my participation.
And you told them about Mr. Baker's participation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He got you into it, right?
Via defendant, yes.
Via the defendant?
Yes.
The defendant asked you to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Through Baker, yes.
That's what Baker told you, you say, right?
Yes.
And you told that to the police?
Yes.
You told the police and the detective up in Vancouver that Miss Sementilli was involved?
I don't think I told them that until I got here.
Okay. So that's my question. You asked them what they needed, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew they needed Miss Sementilli. They, the bitch is the only one they don't got. She's going to trial. Baker's already been convicted, blah, 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 right?
Based on what the information they presented to me.
So you knew the only one they did not have any evidence against was Monica Sementilli.
I did not know that.
Facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
I was unaware of it.
Well, then you tell me, when you talked to them up in Vancouver, you told them that you killed Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you did that because Mr. Baker asked you to do it, correct?
Yes.
You told them that Mr. Birdsong was involved, correct?
Yes.
But the whole time up in Vancouver, you never told them that Monica Sementilli told Mr. Baker to do it or had met with Mr. Baker or had anything to do with it. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In fact, you told them that you didn't even know you were going to kill him. The first thing you learned when you landed in L.A. was we're just going to rough him up a little bit.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes, it was.
Well, why did you tell them you were just going to rough him up a little bit and then tell them that you stabbed him in the neck?
Have you ever been pulled over with six people on your way to work, and then 2 detectives come talk to you?
I'm trying to remember. No, sir, I have not. But I'm just asking about what happened to you, and I'm talking about up in Seattle not being pulled over on the way to work. In Seattle, or Vancouver, I'm sorry, you had several detectives. These 2 gentlemen here, correct? Bias and Farrell?
Yes.
They didn't mistreat you, did they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, you were there.
No.
They didn't drag you out of a car or anything?
No, they did not.
Miss Stagel didn't drag you out of a car or anything?
No, she did not.
Okay, they had you in a room, right?
Yes.
And they made it clear all they wanted was the truth, and they made it clear they needed evidence against Miss Sementilli. Right?
They didn't mention that. They said, we know what happened. We want to know what happened in between.
And when they said, we know what happened, you assumed they knew everything about the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Including the involvement you're saying now and yesterday of Miss Sementilli.
Yes, sir.
So all you were doing up there was confirming to them what you thought they already knew.
Yes, sir.
And you did confirm to them what you thought they already knew, right?
Yes, sir.
You told them about flying down, correct?
Yes, sir.
First you lied and said it was for roughing up, but then you changed that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told him it was a plan to kill him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the plan was with Baker and Birdsong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went out and you bought, first you said 1 knife, then you said 2 knives. Did they buy 1 knife or 2 knives? Okay. And you told him everything about the murder, including your guilt in first-degree murder by stabbing him in the neck, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you left one thing out with them.
I left a lot of things out with them.
You tell me what you left out with them.
I left out the day I landed. I left out.
I'm sorry, what?
I left out the day I landed. I left out what the plan.
The day you landed, you left out? You didn't tell them you flew down and then you went to the house and Baker told you that he was just going to rough him up? You told him that.
Yes, I did.
You told him that Baker paid for the ticket, correct?
I did.
You told him you were coming down the day before for your birthday?
After.
What did you leave out that was important?
I left out the night that we got there, that he was supposed to go to the store and get some food.
Okay.
I left out.
Hold on 1 second, please. Glad you brought that up. When you were talking to the detectives up there and even to the Perkins guy, did you ever mention that what you're saying now, that the night before you went out there with Baker to try to kill him?
No, I did not.
And why not?
Again, I didn't have an attorney present to advise me on proper counsel.
Okay. And then when you got an attorney down here in Los Angeles, then you told him for the first time that you had been brought out there the night before, right?
I told him the second time he met with me, everything.
The second time he met with you. You didn't tell him the first time.
Not in complete full detail.
Did you lie to him the first time?
Didn't tell him anything the first time, so I didn't lie to him.
Well, eventually you ended up telling the prosecution exactly what they wanted to hear. Isn't that true?
The truth?
You told them that for the first time up here that Monica Sementilli was involved some way in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you had only met her at the gym and at the LA Fitness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you had never spoken to her other than to say hello, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you were never looking at the phone or any text messages when Mr. Baker was talking, correct?
How do you mean?
You never saw him talk to Monica Sementilli where you heard her voice or you saw text messages.
That is correct.
So what you told them was that Mr. Baker had gone into another room, sometimes was talking and came out and said to you, she wants him dead. She's giving me information. She's telling me what she wants. That's what you told them.
That's what I told him.
For the first time.
Yes, sir.
That you had never told him in Vancouver, to the Perkins guy, or to the officers there.
That is correct.
And the reason you told him that was if you did not tell him that, and you knew this, you were not going to get a deal. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right.
Well, you hadn't gotten a deal yet before you brought in Miss Sementilli, had you?
No, I did not.
It was only after you mentioned Miss Sementilli that the district attorney's office said, we'll get back to you. And then a few days or whatever, they came back to you through your attorney, and then they made you this offer.
Wasn't a guarantee that I was going to get one at all.
No, it wasn't a guarantee. Depended on what you said. Right?
Yes.
And you knew at that time, whether it was from your attorney or anywhere else, you knew you had to tell them that Monica Sementilli was involved in some way in order for you to get your deal. Isn't that right?
I knew I had to tell them the truth, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that's the truth now?
That is the truth.
And you, for the first time, said that you went out the night before to kill Fabio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, why didn't you tell them that in Vancouver or to the Perkins guy? Didn't involve her.
I did not have an attorney present to tell them everything.
So you told them that you stabbed him and you killed him, but you didn't tell them you went out the night before and did nothing.
That is correct.
Why would you leave that out?
I did not have an attorney present for proper counsel.
Did you have an attorney present up there when you confessed to first-degree murder?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
And a legal conclusion.
That's sustained.
Did you have an attorney up there when you confessed to stabbing Fabio Sementilli in the neck and killing him?
No, I did not.
Why did you tell him that without an attorney?
All the years I spent working with high-risk youth, I always told them, I was like, I can't ask you to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. And they got to stand in it. And so that is what I did. I stood in what I did. And I let the chips fall wherever they may.
You told the truth.
I told a partial truth.
Well, you didn't have an attorney with you, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, it is going over.
So you told them a partial truth, which was you committed murder by stabbing somebody in the neck, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow this question.
Yes.
And the partial you left out was any evidence involving Monica Sementilli, isn't that
Objection
right?
asked and answered.
Cumulative. Sustained.
Okay. The whole time you were up in Vancouver without an attorney, and you're saying you told them the partial truth. In other words, you left out Miss Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you only, and Baker told you you were only going up there to rough him up. And he told you that the day you landed at the airport and drove over to the Sementilli house, correct?
Objection misstates the testimony.
So, Earl.
Can you ask that again, please?
You landed in Los Angeles the day before the murder, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Baker at some point drove you up to the house where Mr. Sementilli, you were told, was home alone, correct?
Objection Vegas is time.
So, Earl.
When I landed,
Was it that day or the next day?
it was the next day.
Okay. Between the time you landed and the next day, did he change anything about you were going to kill Mr. Sementilli?
Objection Vegas.
So, Earl.
What do you mean?
The next day, did you go to the house with him
I did.
and you put you in the trunk and you had knives and all of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go there that night, as far as you knew, that day?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow this.
With all the detail that I knew already, Baker said, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Trust me. Just go with me and I'll take care of everything.
Okay.
So I went with him.
But you left something out, what Baker told you, didn't you?
I left a lot out what Baker told me. Baker also told me not to mention her.
Okay, not to mention her, right? But he also told you that you were just going up there with him to rough him up because she'd been mistreated by her husband, correct?
He told me that he was abusive.
He was abusive and you were going there to rough him up. That's what you told the detectives up in Vancouver and you told the Perkins guy, correct?
That is correct.
Was that the truth?
No, it was not.
Why did you lie about that?
Because I did not have an attorney present to give me proper counsel. And I didn't know them to tell him anything in the cell.
And then you went on and told them that you stabbed him in the neck.
After I talked to the detectives.
Did you change it and tell them it wasn't just to rough him up, it was to kill him?
I remember telling him it was to rough him up, yes.
Well, how did it get from roughing him up to killing him? Did he resist in any way?
Who?
Mr. Sementilli.
A little. I think a little, yeah.
Well, how did he...
But Baker started stabbing him already, so...
How did he defend himself? You remember?
I remember he was sitting in the chair.
Okay. And?
Baker had already covered his mouth and pinned him down to the chair.
He had what?
Baker had already covered his mouth and pinned him to the chair, and I had already covered his eyes, and Baker had started stabbing, so he didn't have a chance to really defend himself. It happened really fast.
1, 2, 3, boom, you got in there, right? He wanted it fast, Baker.
Yes.
And 1, 2, 3, you got back into the Porsche, right?
About that, yeah. It was quick. It was really fast.
Really fast. But it wasn't roughing him up, it was killing him.
Yes, sir.
So my only question to you is, if you admitted killing him, why did you tell the officers and the district attorney in Vancouver that Baker told you the day you landed that you were only there to rough him up?
Because I did not have an attorney present to advise me proper counsel on what to say. I knew they knew something, but I gave them partial truth.
You didn't have a proper counsel to tell you what to say.
To advise me.
And eventually you found out what to say when you came to Los Angeles, didn't you?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
And eventually you came to Los Angeles, you got your attorney, and then you added that Monica Sementilli knew all about this because that's what Baker told you.
My attorney talked to me with his with a partner and said, "You cannot BS me. You need to tell me everything." Okay. And I asked and confirmed, like, "So are you my actual attorney?"
Why'd you want to know if he was your...
You may finish your statement, sir.
I wanted to know, I asked him to confirm, are you my actual attorney or am I going to get a new one? Because I had met a different attorney prior. So I didn't know who to tell anything. He said, I am assigned to you, you are my attorney. And I started telling him everything.
And what was the purpose of your talking to the police and to the DA here in Los Angeles at all? You'd already confessed to them in Vancouver, right?
My attorney advised me what a proffer meeting was. And he told me I cannot hold back anything.
And you had already said to the Perkins guy and to the DA up north, in Vancouver, I'll give them whatever they want. What do you need? What do you need? Remember saying that?
I do.
Was that the truth? You would give them whatever they wanted so you could go see your wife and kid again?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew the proffer was your chance to tell them what they needed so you could get your deal. Isn't that right?
How do you mean?
I mean, you didn't have a deal. They didn't say, we're going to give you a deal if you just tell us what you told us in Vancouver, where you confessed to the murder.
No.
You knew what the deal had to be is you had to give them Monica Sementilli. Isn't that right?
I was advised to tell them the whole truth don't hold anything back.
And you were told that if you didn't add Monica Sementilli to what you told them, there would be no deal. Isn't that right?
That is not what I was told.
Well, that's the only thing you changed, right?
That's what I added.
That's what you added. So why didn't you just say, hey, it's what I told you up in Seattle. We went there, we were going to rough him up, got out of hand, I killed him, I stabbed him. That was the end of it. Why didn't you just say that?
Objection,
It is, as well as argumentative.
All right. Mr. Austin, let
Yes,
me
sir.
go back to a few things that shed some light on this, I believe. When you spoke to the district attorney up here in Los Angeles, at one point you were asked, might there have been other people on these calls when you guys were having these conversations 4 to 5 months before the murder? Remember being asked that by Ms. Silverman?
Yes, sir.
So she was asking you if someone else besides Baker and Birdsong were in on the calls, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said, possibly I did. Remember?
Yes, sir.
So when she asked you if there are other people on these calls, you said, possibly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say Miss Sementilli was on the call then, did you?
No, I did not.
And then the question was, I'm sorry, you did what? And your answer was, more, dash, dash. I did a lot of tuning out. What do you mean by that, a lot of tuning out?
When they started talking, I was either cleaning, watching TV, walking around.
So you were basically saying when they were asking you who else was on these calls, you were basically saying, I don't know, I was tuning out, right?
When I was asked were there other people on the calls, and I said possibly, that was the truth. It could have been more people on the call. I wouldn't have known if they don't say anything.
And Miss Stagel said, yeah, and then Miss Silverman said, that's not going to fly. Remember that?
Yes.
Well, what do you think she meant when she said, that's not going to fly?
Objection, second.
Sustained.
Well, you took that to mean you better remember more than just I kind of tuned out.
Objection,
And after you were told, that's not going to fly, then you started telling him that Monica Sementilli was in on the calls because that's what Baker told you, right?
Yes.
Before then, you hadn't told him that, had you?
I hadn't told them much of anything.
Well, you started off with you didn't remember much because you were tuning out. And then you changed that to Monica Sementilli. You remember that? I'll move on, Your Honor. Now, at some point, you were also advised by the prosecution, after you made some statement not involving Miss Sementilli, Ms. Stagel said, I don't disbelieve you. I don't think anyone does. There's just, there's a lot of factors. We're set to go to trial, and it's Monica. And it's like we're putting it all together, and there's, you added some information that we may know, but we didn't know for sure. So it's, I see the value that you've added. Let me put it that way.
Objection to hearsay.
Explains to witness to subsequent conduct. It's overruled.
You've added value to the case as an overall and putting the case, as far as the whole picture. So you've been cooperative. You've added value. That goes a long way. Again, not a promise, but it means something. Every case I've done, the detectives have done is different. Every single one is different. There is when you say, what have you seen? Well, I haven't seen what? How you portrayed right now and the remorse you've shown. I haven't seen that a lot, but again, every single case is different. And you've helped us to define more or less, your thoughts, your role, so we can see where you're coming from. So we're just trying to get the truth in what happened. And you said, I'm telling you the truth. And she said, no, I believe you. I believe you. You remember being told that?
Yes, sir.
And because we know we've got one other person to try, and that's Monica, we know there wouldn't be you without Monica. What did you think that meant? There wouldn't be you without Monica.
I let her finish her statement.
Pardon?
I let her finish her statement.
All right. So we believe that you got brought into this. We do believe you. I think everyone believes that this isn't what you intended, long time before, if that's what you're saying. But at some point, you got brought into the loop. I think we just need an understanding and the truth and what you've already told the detectives about your role. Remember that?
Yes.
But what you had told the detectives about your role already didn't involve Miss Sementilli, right?
No.
It did not, correct?
What I told the detectives, I didn't tell them everything.
And after talking to the prosecutors here, you decided, for whatever reason, if you didn't add Miss Sementilli, you were not going to get your deal.
I decided to tell them the truth of what I knew.
But you knew if you did not add Miss Sementilli, there was no deal. You knew that, didn't you? Yes or no?
I decided to tell them the truth of what I knew.
After you had not told the truth any time before?
I hadn't told anybody before.
Do you recall being asked a question during this proffer? Now at that moment, this is page 90, at that moment, did you know that she was in Las Vegas at the same time? This is talking about going to Las Vegas in July of 2016.
Counsel, is this the first day or the second day?
Proffer 1. 90.
Line?
I don't have the line on this printout. Sorry.
One second. Okay, page 90.
Should be.
Okay, that's not page 90.
Can we approach her?
All right, this is the one Mr. Bob. Mr. Austin, I'm trying to get to the point where you start telling them that Ms. Sementilli was involved. Okay?
Okay.
In the beginning of your proffer, with the detectives, and there was 2 days of a proffer, right?
Yes, sir.
You broke for 1 day, and then you came back the next day, correct?
A couple days after.
And you didn't, from the beginning, start telling them Monica Sementilli was involved. You didn't say that till later on and in the proffer. Isn't that true? After you talk to your attorney some more?
I believe so.
You believe I'm sorry.
Everything that I told him came from Baker via Monica, from his cell phone. Everything that I was told, he didn't move until he got a text message. So when he got a text message about the killing of Mr. Fabio, everything he did after he got a text message, which told me that he was talking to her via text message. I did not hear him talk to her on the phone. I did not talk to her on the phone. But everything that happened in sequence was after he talked to her. I got pulled in because I don't know why I got pulled in, but I got pulled in. Like a dummy, I went with him. He told me, I won't let anything happen to you. You're not from here. No one's looking for you. And that's what I've been told.
Well, he was wrong, right? Something did happen to you.
Very much so.
Right. You got arrested. Right?
I got arrested?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed several times before the proffer, correct?
We're covering the same ground, counsel. Let's move on.
I'm trying to find out when it was that you switched your testimony to what you're saying now, which is what you said yesterday.
Didn't switch my testimony, didn't tell them anything until I talked to my attorney and he told me, you cannot BS, you have to tell them everything. So, you're asking me to remember something from 8 years ago. I barely remember what I ate for breakfast 2 weeks ago. With that being said, I did the best of my ability to recount from 2016 in July when I went to Vegas to have a good time. So I thought. And then conversation came up. And when conversation came up, I knew too much. He had told me that before, in the past. When you know too much, you can't say anything. So I didn't say anything. I did everything that Baker asked me to do.
Okay. But you didn't tell everybody what you're telling us now.
No, I did not.
And here on page 90, you're asked a question during the proffer in Vegas about Monica. Now, at that moment, did you know that she was in Vegas at the same time? No. That whole trip then, did you find out she was in Vegas at some point? No, I don't think. I don't really remember that piece. That was at the proffer with your lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth? You didn't see her? You didn't talk to her? You didn't know who she was?
Objection. Compound, argumentative.
Sustain on the first ground.
Did you tell them when they asked, did you know that she was in Vegas at the same time? Did you say no?
I said no. I did not.
Is that the truth?
That's the truth.
She wasn't in Vegas.
I don't think so, but I might have met her there.
Next question. That whole trip, did you find out she was in Vegas at some point? Answer. No, I don't think. I don't really remember that piece. Was that the truth?
That's the truth.
Well, haven't you told us now that she was in Vegas and that's when you started planning?
Objection.
I told
States the testimony.
Sustain.
Okay.
what I said.
Here's another quote from the proffer. Question. Page 51.
1 second, what line?
I don't have the line. It's on page 51.
Well, hold on then, please.
Certainly.
I'll have to search for it.
Certainly. I didn't realize the numbers on the side were the lines. It's line 8 to 20 to 20. It's been a while, Your Honor. Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
this was a question of yours at the proffer with your lawyer when you knew you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Question, was there anybody else in these conversations 4 to 5 months before the murder involving how to do it, causing harm to Monica's husband besides you, Robert Baker, and Al Birdsong? Answer, I don't know. I don't remember other than us, 3. Other than us. Question, 3? Answer, other than us 3, I think. Question, you think? Answer, like who else? Like you're asking me who else? Question, was on the calls. I honestly don't remember. I'm not trying to lie to you. Was that the truth?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't know who was on the calls?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't know Monica Sementilli was on the calls?
I did not know if she was or not.
Didn't you tell us in court just now and yesterday that Baker told you she was on the calls?
Objection states testimony.
It's overruled. I don't know if I recall that.
Didn't you just say that?
I don't know if I recall that. She might have said possibly. I didn't hear her voice.
But here you said the only one on the calls was the 3 of you.
That I heard, yes.
Well, how did you know that she was involved then?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
How did you know that she was involved then?
As Baker told me, she wanted him dead.
Let's go to the proffer, page 54, lines 12 to 28. You knew the proffer was being recorded, correct?
I was informed.
One moment. Page
4.
12 to 28.
Yes.
I don't think that's right. Page 182.
Page 64, I'm sorry.
From the first day or the second day, counsel?
Proffer 1, first day. Sorry, Mr. Birdsong. Page
His
60.
name is not Mr.
I'm sorry,
Counsel.
Mr. Austin. I double apologize.
No worries.
Okay, here's the questions and answers by you. My question to you is, did you and Baker...
One moment.
My question to you is, did you and Baker discuss the fact that Monica wanted her husband dead prior to the time that you came to L.A.? Answer, yes. What did Baker tell you about that? Answer, he told me from what I can recall, well, she doesn't like him, she's going to come into some money. Question, she's going to come into some money? Question, what does that mean? Answer, I'm assuming if he dies, she is going to get some money for it. Is that what Baker said? Yes. Question, if her husband dies, she'll come into money? Yes. Okay, so that was part of the conversation with Birdsong? Was that also part of the conversation with Birdsong? Remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
So, he didn't tell you anything about insurance money, did he?
Objection Vegas is time.
Overruled.
And Vegas to who?
Overruled.
Not until after.
Not until after what?
After he passed away.
After you killed him, he told you then it was going to be insurance money.
Yeah.
But here you said, I'm assuming if she dies, she's going to get some money for it. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So you were never told you were going to get money from anything. You were assuming when she dies, you'll get it, correct?
That was my recollection at the time. They asked me to go backwards. So I went backwards to that train of thought. Not what I know today.
Do you remember saying, I'm assuming they were going to try to pay me, but they didn't say the amount?
Yes.
Baker said he's going to get her to give me some money for victim's
Counsel,
wife.
page, lines, each page.
Page 1, offer 1, page 68. May I proceed? You said, I'm assuming they were going to try to pay me, but they didn't say the amount. Baker said he's going to get her to give me some money. I'll get Monica to get you some money. You trusted Baker. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
So nothing about getting insurance money again. Before the murder.
No, sir.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Austin. You were asked a question on page 73, line 6. If you can, and when you say he, like, let us know who, because now we are kind of diverted a little bit. Can he tell us, if you're okay with it, Beth, just kind of like he picked you, what the conversation was? Like, just tell us straight through. And then she can go back and, like, ask you some specifics. She meant Miss Silverman, right?
Yes, sir.
They were both there. And you know what we're looking for is like, and you say, I know, you know what we're looking for is like, who's talking to who? How do you know? And you answer, I want to make sure I get what you're asking. Question, I know. Answer, 4. Mr. Aval, your lawyer, says truthfully. You say truthfully. Ms. Stagel says right, and you say, I don't want to. Oh yeah, that happened. And then you say yes, and I just say yeah. Ms. Stagel, yeah, right. We want to know why, specifics. And you say, I don't want to do that. Why'd you say that?
Because I was trying to remember what they were, when they asked me the question, I was trying to remember everything that took place. The pause makes it seem like I'm making things up when I'm actually just trying to remember and give them the... Yeah.
going on. Question, if you could do it in your words, just kind of walk us through when he picked you up maybe, and then we can go back so that from your words you can kind of tell us, and you know what we're asking you is the conversation about the planning and who was involved in it and how you knew things. And you said, I knew things mostly from Baker. Question, okay, and if you just go through it then, question by Miss Silverman. So you also said Birdsong was on the phone and giving, and you say Bird, I did, but in that sense that was more coaching, because again I was on a need to know. So when they talked about it, question, what do you mean by a need to know? Question,
Objection, there's no question pending.
Yeah, this is only too far afield. Ask your question, Counsel.
Didn't you say they're only telling me parts like I've never talked to Monica other than meeting her, I'm cool, this is what I do. Did you say that?
Yes.
And when you met her, I was just being myself and pleasant. I don't know what's going on at this time. Right?
Yes.
That's what you want to know, you said, right?
That's what I said.
So the truth is, you never spoke to Monica or saw her, and Mr. Baker never told you anything that she said. Isn't that true?
A little compound, like to break it up.
Truth is, you never spoke to Monica about this case at any time, either on the phone, in person, or anywhere else.
That is correct.
And the only thing that you added when you moved up here was that Mr. Baker told you this, right?
Can you ask me that again, please?
Let me move on. I think we've gone through that. When you got to town, you went back to Baker's house. Is that correct?
Objection, Vegas' time.
The morning of the murder, when you came, the morning before the murder, when you first flew in, who picked you up?
Baker.
Where did he take you?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustain.
To his apartment.
Sorry, sir. When I say you sustain, it means you don't answer.
Thank you, sir.
And from the apartment, then you went to the store?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustain.
Well, when did you go to the store to buy the knife?
Objection, cumulative.
This I'll allow.
Sometime maybe after 12.
Where'd you go?
To a Walmart, I believe.
Baker already had one knife, is that right?
Objection, cumulative.
That be sustained.
The knife that was bought at Walmart, you were asked. But the knife that was bought at Walmart with you present, you used for the murder, is what kind of knife?
Objection, no question pending.
Remember your answer?
Very well.
Are you asking what knife was bought at Walmart?
Yeah.
Counsel, page 9, please.
Page 76.
Lines.
Offer one.
Question was, do you remember your answer? Do you remember your answer?
Yes, pocket knife.
A pocket knife.
Pocket folding knife.
Pocket folding knife. And then you were shown a knife, is that right?
I was.
And you said that's the one. And the question was, is this the knife you bought with you? And you said, I think so.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right answer? I think so?
Yes, sir.
That you wouldn't call this folding knife, you call it a honey knife.
Excuse me?
You called it a honey knife, didn't you?
I called it a what?
Hunting knife.
No, I did not. That was a folding knife.
That was going to say. You only bought one knife with them, or did you buy more than one? Remember that question?
I believe.
This is absolutely proper. It's overruled.
Remember?
Yes.
And then you said, I think there were two knives. You bought two knives that night? I think so, yes. What was the other knife? That was a hunting knife, right?
Yes.
So first you thought he bought one knife, then you thought he bought two knives, right?
That's what I thought, yes.
So what's the answer, the correct answer, if you know?
The correct answer is there were two knives during the situation.
I understand that, but my question is, how many knives did Mr. Baker buy the night of the murder? Or the day before the murder?
Two? Maybe he had one at the house?
So there were three knives total?
Pause.
Is that right?
Where did you hear that?
I'm asking you. He had one at the house, right?
He might have had the one at the house. He might have bought two at Walmart. That's a long time ago. I don't remember really. I know we went to Walmart to purchase a knife or two.
A knife or two?
There were two knives.
And you know which one of them you used?
Yes.
Which one?
I think I had like the hunting style.
Hunting style?
I think so.
Is that the knife you threw away?
Yes.
Did you see what happened with Mr. Baker's knife?
No.
Did you ever see that knife again that day?
No.
Did you ask him what you do with your knife?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you ask him what he did with his knife?
No, I did not.
You said you both took off all your clothes, right, and threw them in a dumpster?
Yes.
So were you naked?
No.
Well, what clothes did you throw off? Take off?
The clothes that you seen in the picture that we jogged up in.
What were you wearing underneath?
I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Mr. Baker?
Maybe the same.
You're not sure?
He put my head down in between my legs, told me not to look up while he was driving. Both times.
When you got to the, what car did Mr. Baker pick you up in?
Which time?
At the airport when you came down there.
I think the rental.
What if I told you the rental wasn't rented until the day of the murder?
That's not it.
So by the rental, you mean the Versa Nissan, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's your memory that he picked you up at the airport the day before in the Versa Nissan.
Yes, sir.
And then he took you where?
To his apartment.
And that's when you went to the Walmart, bought the knife?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And then that night you said that something happened at a parking lot, is that right?
The night I was picked up?
Yeah.
Nothing happened in a parking lot.
Nothing happened that night in a strip mall?
No.
You didn't go out to kill Mr. Baker? Would have been nice. If you killed Mr. Sementilli?
It was arranged via text message that he was going to be sent to the store to get something.
So you did go out that night to kill Mr. Sementilli?
Thought the question was, did something happen?
Well, isn't trying to murder someone happen?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So he took you out there, is that right?
Yes.
Now you understand that these phones sometimes can be electronically traced to where you are at a certain time. Did you know that?
Objection relevance.
Thorough.
You know, these ping towers and so forth.
Yes, sir.
It's one of the reasons you didn't want to carry a phone with you that night?
I was instructed not to.
Okay, but Mr. Baker carried his phone.
Yes.
And you arrived at the, what do you call it, the location?
I don't.
No, you call it a strip mall or a, what do you call it?
It was the back of a strip mall.
Okay. And you said in one of your interviews that there was a Ralph's Market there. Remember that?
Yes.
And you're sure of that? To the best of your memory?
At the time? Yes.
Yeah, a Ralph's Market there at the time.
That's what I said.
On what street?
I have no clue.
You know how you got there?
Got where? To the Ralphs?
Yes.
Baker drove.
And you say you showed on a map that he parked on the other side of the parking lot. There was a long parking lot, correct?
That was not a Ralphs behind that parking lot.
There wasn't a Ralph's in that parking lot?
It was behind the strip mall.
The Ralph's was behind the strip mall? I'll slow down. Where was the Ralph's?
I don't know. I was wrong
Do we have
about that.
There's a photograph or two, Your Honor, that was marked in evidence. I wonder if I could use those. 249. Mr. Bernstein, this is 249 page. This is 249 page 1. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
You say you were standing by the UPS store?
Yes, sir.
What does this circle mean?
That's where the victim was parked.
And this is another photograph. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Number 2. This is number 3 is a wider photograph of the strip mall. Can you show us the route you took to get from where Mr. Baker parked?
Not from this picture.
I'm told there's a better picture of this. Mr. Babbage is correct. This is number 4 of the exhibit 249. You recognize this location?
Yes, sir.
Can you show us where Mr. Baker parked with the pointer? No, I'm sorry.
No, I cannot.
Which side of this? It was in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where was the Ralph?
There is no Ralph's.
I thought you said the strip mall had a Ralph.
I said I thought it was a Ralph's at first.
Didn't you also, in your statement to the district attorney and the police, say that Baker said that she was sending him to a grocery store?
From what I could remember at that time, that's what I was trying to do, remember exactly where.
And you said a grocery store?
Yes.
And you said a Ralph?
I did.
You were wrong about both?
Yes.
Can you show me, tell me when to stop? This is the back of the, that's the strip mall. This is the strip mall, that's the UPS store. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So did Baker park somewhere behind this row of buildings?
Yes, sir.
On this side or this side?
Can you go down or go back? Go all the way, go back toward the cars. Can you go back toward the cars?
This way?
Yes, sir. Keep going. Stop right there. Go down. Right. I think that's a dumpster.
Is this green little circle? You see that?
I think that's where he parked, but he let me out by a dumpster.
Where's the dumpster?
Go down. No.
That's not.
I think there was a dumpster somewhere in that corner.
Well, he got it right. Four directions. That's the last one. So he went away from the strip mall?
He let me out by a dumpster and then parked in a parking space where the green mark is.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I walked there, and then there's an alleyway through there, and I just walked through the pillars.
Well, there's a little alleyway or path that goes right from here to the mall, isn't there?
I don't know if that's an opening.
So you walk all the way around here,
Yes.
and then Mr. Sementilli parked here where the circle is?
One of those parking spaces.
Okay. And did you see him as you were walking?
Well, when I walked along the way, I looked into the shop and saw he was in there purchasing food.
You looked into the phone
Yes, sir.
and you saw him purchasing food.
Yes, sir.
You were out there with your knife.
I was out there with a knife, yes.
Same knife you used in the murder the next day?
Yes.
So where'd you wait for him? Come out of the store.
I was by the UPS store when he came out.
So you walked all the way down to the UPS store close to the Ventura Boulevard?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because he was in the store buying food.
Well, but the restaurant's right here, and you parked right there, correct?
Somewhere over there, yes.
Well, why'd you walk all the way down to the UPS store?
Because he was in the restaurant buying food.
And you thought that was the best place for you to wait for him?
Didn't wait. I walked down, then walked back.
So you walked down and walked back. What was he doing?
Once he came out of the store, he got into his truck and drove off.
And then what did you do?
I walked back to the car.
Was the parking lot crowded or?
I don't remember it being very crowded.
What time of day or night did you recall it being?
Maybe it was late. Maybe around like between 8 or 9.
8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Between that, yeah.
You sure?
I'm guessing.
I don't want you to guess.
It was dark outside in January. If I remember correctly. It gets dark in California maybe around 5:30 or so in January.
Right, but you said about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So how long did you wait there?
Not very long.
So you got there about 8 or 9. What you say?
No.
How long did you wait?
Wait in the car, wait outside. There wasn't a whole lot of waiting.
It didn't take long to get to the mall, and it's you said it was an L-shaped mall, is that correct?
That is the strip mall.
No, but you said it was an L-shaped mall. It's really a U-shaped mall, isn't it?
Oh, I remember the L shape, but it looks like a U.
Describe
From overhead.
by an L shape.
The letter L.
I know, but that's what you said. So show me on the photograph what you saw that caused you to believe it was an L-shaped mall.
A little difficult for me to do that, sir.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries.
Is an L like this where I'm moving it?
Yeah, that's the same way a knight moves on the chessboard.
So what about the other side of the mall?
What about it?
It's a U-shaped mall, isn't it, as you look at it?
Yes, sir.
So is there a reason you thought it was an L-shaped mall?
Because I remember the path that I walked was an L.
Path from here to here to here to here to here.
Yes, sir.
You sure this is the mall you went to?
Yes, sir.
So you come back and you say, I'm not going to do it, right?
Yes, sir. Say I couldn't do it.
And you were ready to go home then, right?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you go home?
And my flight wasn't scheduled to leave until 2 days later.
Well, you ended up changing your flight.
I did.
So you knew you could change your flight.
Yes.
My question is, you said you didn't want to kill him that night. Why'd you kill him the next day?
I didn't think it was going to happen the next day. I thought it was over.
Did you discuss that with Mr. Baker?
No, I did not.
You didn't say anything to him like, I can't do this, I'm not going to do this.
I didn't say, I don't remember saying that. I remember saying I couldn't do it. He said, don't worry about it. I was like, cool.
Don't worry about meaning you're
And
not
my
going to
thought
have
process
to do
at
it.
that time, was cool. We're not going to do anything. Tomorrow we're going to wake up, maybe hit the gym, go get some food, just hang out.
Where was the knife? What'd you do with the knife?
I gave it back to him.
So you didn't have a knife, you didn't want to do it, you got up in the morning. Why didn't you just leave?
He was my ride.
You needed a ride.
Well, my flight wasn't scheduled to leave until the next day, so I had no intention of changing my flight like that.
Mr. Baker went to the gym, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
What did you do?
I stayed in the room and watched TV.
Did you have any money or credit cards with you?
I might have had my debit card with me.
Okay. Was there anything to prevent you from just calling an Uber or a cab and just going to the airport and flying home?
My bank account?
You didn't have enough money to get to the airport?
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't have enough money or a credit card to get to the airport?
Not at that time, no.
But you said when you went to the airport the next day, you used your credit card to pay the Alaska Airlines.
Yeah, I probably had like a few dollars on it, but not to catch a cab to the airport. Then if I would have caught a cab to the airport, I wouldn't have changed my flight.
Were you penniless at that time, Mr. Austin?
Excuse me?
Were you penniless at that time? Did you have no money?
I had a little dollars.
But you came down there without any credit cards or any cash to use in case you wanted to buy something or do something or leave or whatever.
I mean, I might have had my debit card on me, or maybe some cash.
So why didn't you use that to just go to the airport and leave?
You're asking me why I didn't spend money to go to the airport and spend more money?
Whatever it took to get to the airport, change your flight, go home so you didn't have to kill someone.
I didn't have that kind of money on me to do that.
Did you ask Mr. Baker to take you to the airport?
He was my ride.
Did you?
Our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence implies, see you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. We cannot do any zooming, unfortunately, but I'll let you look at Erin's thumbnail that she made while they're on break. All right, so we are in day 23. This is the cross of Chris or Christopher Austin. He is the the leader, I guess you would say. Him and Baker took out Fabio. So at the very beginning of this, the judge says, "I'm told there's an end in sight," and then somebody on on the state side said, "Somewhere." So we're trying to think: is there who else could come after? Who else could be a witness after Austin? Right? We've heard from the Emmy. We've heard from like 100 law enforcement officers. We've heard from DNA. So DNA, medical examiner, law enforcement, criminalists, and now the guy who did it. So I don't know. I don't know who else they could get. Co-conspirator. Yeah. Thank you, Widespread. All right, so basically, Mr. Levine just keeps going over and over and over. So I'm trying to think, and I'm looking through my notes. Didn't want to tell the truth until he had an attorney. He must have said that like 100 times. First met sometime in November in Los Angeles. Let's see, the Vancouver. Okay, that was his attorney. He met his attorney sometime because he got arrested in October, so he met in November. Vancouver attorney advised him to waive extradition and say you're ready to come to Los Angeles. Why did you leave Monica out at that point? He says, well, when law enforcement took my DNA, I thought it was, don't play games with them. What do you mean by tell me what you need? Oh, because he said, tell me what you need. He says, if you want me to stand on 1 foot, I'll stand on 1 foot. I mean, I get what Mr. Levine's trying to do. He's trying to impeach him, which he's done like 1,000 times. We get it. Austin's lied. We get it. But he keeps saying, I did it because I didn't have representation. I did it. It's, there's some people that get impeached and they lie and you just want to like, oh, they're so lying. Like Jodi Arias or somebody or Jen McCabe. You just want to like reach through the screen and just like, oh my God, you are such a liar. But with Austin, I'm not getting that. I'm getting, hey, he did this deed. He's sorry for it on whatever level. And Monica did it. Monica helped. I lied. I didn't include her because, I didn't have an attorney with me. I don't know. It just feels so different. He didn't tell them the whole truth when he was in Washington. You never told them Monica had met with Baker. He says, yes. He says, I left a lot out. What did you leave out? Well, he talked about the day he landed. He left out about the night before. How did it go from roughing him up to deleting him? Did Fabio resist? He said a little bit. Baker started stabbing him already. How did he defend himself? Do you remember? And he didn't really remember. He said, I remember he was sitting in his chair. Baker had already covered his mouth and I covered his eyes. I'm trying to think. I mean, if Fabio's hanging out, he's probably got, I think he had a cigar, right? He's watching on the phone, whatever, doing his thing. And then these guys show up and I would think he would still be like flailing. Somebody must have held his hands. But again, Mr. Levine is asking Austin to remember 8 years ago, an event that he wants to desperately suppress and not recall by any stretch of the imagination. He's not remembering these minute details. I mean, come on, man. He's not remembering this stuff. So to badger him, I mean, does it look good to the jury? The jury is like probably so over this. They're like, oh yeah, he's a liar. So can we not believe him about saying anything about Monica? Well, the difference is there's a mountain of evidence against Monica showing how she lied. Monica lied. So who's the bigger weight of the what's the credibility of the witnesses? Even though Monica hasn't gotten on the stand yet, but Monica lied about the app, the surveillance video app. She lied about Baker having a bloody, something hit his head and, she had to bring home a bloody towel. She lied about that. I mean, those are two things that are huge. So Austin not remembering how they stabbed Fabio is like, whatevs. Anyway, let's see. I didn't have proper counsel to tell me what to do, tell me what to say. And of course, Levine's like, oh, tell you what to say. He's like, no, to advise me. I mean, Levine is just, whatever. It's his job. I get it. Everything I told them came from Baker getting a text from Monica. He hadn't split from that. He hasn't varied from that. How many wives did Mr. Baker buy at Walmart? Then he goes on about this because he said he bought a knife. He may have bought 2. I mean, who cares? Yeah, he says he may have bought 2. He says it was a long time ago. I don't remember. Do you remember which one you used? He says the hunting one, hunting style, because Baker had a hunting style one and a folding one. Gave the knife back to Baker after the night attack. The night before attack, he gave it back. He didn't leave because Baker was his ride. And then now he's going on and on like about, well, you had money. Did you come with any money? Did you come with any money? You could have very easily taken an Uber or whatever. All right. So one of the polls we had is, what percentage do you think Monica is involved in the conspiracy? 51 votes, 0%. 0% said 0% and 100% said 100%. That's twice we've been in complete agreement, you guys. That's twice chat has been on this trial and never before. All right, I'm going to end this. Sorry, we have this poll. This one came from OnlyFans, you guys. So will the jury believe Austin's testimony implicating Monica, and Baker's testimony, or I should have said, or Baker's testimony absolving her? So Austin, 83%, you guys are siding with Austin, 3% with Baker, and then neither one, 13%. Now, that's really interesting, and I agree with that. But I wonder if I've been taking screenshots of Monica and the many faces of Monica. So I want to compare, once Baker gets up there, is she going to be like, oh, while he's describing hacking away at her husband, who she apparently adored and loved? Is she going to be giving him googly eyes, or is she going to be giving the same faces? Look at the face that she's giving Austin. Baca, no, they're just on a break. Nanar, we need to wait for Baker to get a better feeling. I agree. I know. OnlyFans put it in the chat, and I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. Just get a feel for where we all stand. Irish Amy, did they say they hadn't finished with the lady investigator with the shiny dark hair? Yes. So presumably she will come back a third time after Austin. You're right. You are correct. She was, out of order. The witnesses were out of order. Mitzi, yes, Mitzi Roberts, I think. Yep, Mitzi Roberts. Yes, hola, Mitzi Roberts. Yes. Lily Wayne, wouldn't the hunting knife have a longer blade than the fold-up knife? One would think. I don't think he said how long the knives were yet. We know how deep the wounds were, like 4 inches, I think. That was the deepest one, 4.5, something like that. So, okay, I agree with that. Widespread panic. I think we should repeat the poll after Baker testifies. No problem. We can do that. Care Bear 05, I bet jury is waiting to see that also. Irish Amy, I wish I wasn't correct. Yeah. We got to hear from Mitzi. Widespread panic. Poor Mitzi. We should take up a fund for her to get a massage and a mani-pedi for testifying in this. And Wayne, thank you for being in our chat today. Looking good. And Todd Hudat, you were in our chat as well. Hope you're still with us. Lily Wayne, if we have to hear from Mitzi again, it will be anticlimactic. Might be. Hey, March 13, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Nanar, he might not even have it right which knife he had. Yeah, it's 8 years ago. It was these minute details. He's trying desperately to suppress these feelings, or, feelings, memories, minute details. I mean, come on. Not going to believe this or remember this stuff. Fala, I think she is more mad this guy is blowing up her master plan. That could be. Dwayne, so Mr. Baker will testify? That's what we've been told. We were told Austin was going to testify for the state. Baker was going to testify for the defense. That's what we've been told. So far, state has held their side of the deal. So we will see. It's definitely must-see TV, must-see stream. Care Bear, jury is waiting to see Monica's reactions to Baker. I know I would be. Lily Wayne, then Baker had to have the hunting knife to inflict the deeper wounds. Could be. Butterfly, your YouTube went down. Yeah, we're okay, actually. Our internet connection's been pretty good. I don't want to jinx us, but we've been pretty good. I know some of you have been saying you've had some issues, but we've been pretty good on our end. Knock on wood. Gladys says, no one knows if the prosecutor or the defense will call Baker at this point. All I can do is say that the defense said they were going to call him. That's in their opening. So, Ken Rosenberg, it'll be interesting to hear what Hey Mona has to say about jury reactions. Yes. I've been in contact with her, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed. I don't want to say anything before it happens, but fingers crossed we will get a check-in from Mona. Yeah, Baca, these people walk amongst us. It's true. Oh, yes, Nanar. What about Birdsong? Yeah, it's true. Drunky the Bear. Baker is still in Wasco prison. So today's Wednesday. And you say it takes a day or two for him to get out? Is that what you told me? So, Dreamer says internet's been off and on due to wind. Dwayne says Comcast just dropped my TV, but not the phone. Okay, yeah, we're okay here. Like I said, I don't want to jinx us. Lily Wayne says, yes, I think he's wrong about which knife he had. Not that he's lying, just mixing it up because of the timing. Yeah, of course. Like he said, I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday. How am I supposed to remember 8 years ago? And again, he's trying to suppress this. Drunky the Bear takes 2 days to transport. Okay. All right. Good to know. Keep eyes on that. Keep eyes on that, Drunky. Keep eyes on that for us. Yeah, I'm hoping to hear from Mona, from Hey Mona, after this feed. So hopefully we will get her to. Hopefully we will get her to call in. Peace through strength, right on. Yep, people can be depraved. That's what fascinates me, is like, why are some people so loving and giving and other people are just so the opposite, Yes, Lily Wayne, state has to rest first before Baker, of course. Yeah, we won't hear from Baker for a while. We won't hear from Baker. What's the defense going to put up? I mean, who are they going to put up? I agree, Nanar. Yeah, your husband passed. I'm sorry. You've forgotten so many details. Yeah, I think back to when my dad died, and I'm like, I was, 25, I think. Yeah, I was 25. I don't remember half of that day. I flew home. I don't remember that. I mean, I remember, but I just don't remember a lot. Yes, peace through strength. No tears, Monica. Yeah, some things are, like they say, some things, you just remember clear as a bell when it's traumatic, and other things you just cover up, Yep, peace through strength, and she left that child alone while with the killer. I am really, really interested to see what her expressions are when Baker's up there. Really interested to see what her expressions are. Because she's getting, coached, if that's the right word. She's getting feedback from from her attorneys, how to react, how not to react, etc., etc. So it's all part of their strategy. Make sure you give Mr. Austin just daggers and pure hate. I have some screenshots, like that one right there is just pure hatred. Like she just wants to jump over the table and just, strangle him. Paula says, I'm just glad we can't see her thought bubbles, right? Therapist, I have a feeling that on the stand is when Baker will realize that he has been used and she does not care about him. That's true. Then let's look at Baker's expressions, because Austin's been remorseful, crying. I think I don't think he's really acting, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Baker comes across. Because in the audio that we've heard, he seems like he's a tough guy, if you will. Austin seems like such a soft, gentle soul, and Baker sounds like he's hardened. He's a little bit more hardened. Nanar, I can remember a few things from when I was 5 and up until last week that I don't know. Is that short-term memory loss? Is that what we call that? Lily Wayne, has Baker seen her since she was arrested? Yes. Yeah, they were arrested together, and they've got audio of them talking, so presumably they were in the same... I don't know when that was. They played that audio, I think, was it yesterday, a day or two ago? It wasn't yesterday. I think it was the day before with Mitzi Roberts. I think that's when Baker proposed to her. Dwayne, like Jed Klumpett would say, Miss Monica ain't the priest woman I've seen. Baca show most
All
likely...
counsel present, jury and also present. Mr. Austin is still under oath. Defense may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
let me bring you back just briefly to the actual murder of Fabio Sementilli. You jog up the street with Mr. Baker and you go in the front door. Do you immediately go in the front door after you finish jogging up the street?
Are you asking me to walk you through the entire route?
No, I'm asking you, when you got to the top of the hill, did you go right to the front door?
Up through the driveway and in through the front door.
Okay. What I'm saying is, there was no looking around or waiting for anything. You had to get in and out as quick as possible, was your idea of the plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
From Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir.
You keep your hoodie on, your disguise on, correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you able to see through that?
Barely.
Okay. So, who opens the door?
Mr. Baker.
You go right in and you head right to the kitchen, correct?
Through the hallway, through the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Through the hallway, through the kitchen, knowing, according to Mr. Baker, he's going to be out on the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had seen the patio when you were there, what was it, a couple of years before? When were you there? At the house?
A few months prior.
A few months prior? You were just there, you saw them, you got on the couch, watched TV, and fell asleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you get to the kitchen, there's something I thought I read where it was 1, 2, 3, go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who said that?
Baker.
And what did that mean to you?
1, 2, 3, go means 1, 2, out on 3, we go.
And after the 1, 2, 3, did you go with them right out the door to the patio?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then you described to us that you and Mr. Baker killed him.
Yes, sir.
How long would you guess, not guess, how long would you estimate, since you were there, you were out in the patio murdering Fabio Sementilli?
I wasn't out there long.
Long enough to hold him down, stab him 3 or 4 times, and run out, correct?
I stabbed him once.
Oh, I bet Mr. Baker stabbed him a few times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he wearing a watch? If you remember.
Maybe. Yes.
Was there any attempt to get the watch off him? Make it look like a robbery, burglary?
Again, my eyes were closed, so I would say, yeah, by the time I opened it, he was fumbling with his wrist and walked back into the house.
So you were the first one to stab him?
No.
Well, your eyes were open when you stabbed him, correct?
Yes.
Let me withdraw that. You knew where you were stabbing him in the neck, correct?
I just went for the neck like he told me to.
I'm sorry?
I went for the neck like he told me to.
He told you to stab him in the neck.
Yes, sir.
He had been in the Army, you knew that.
Yes, sir.
Did you know he was stabbing him where there were certain arteries or veins that would bleed quickly if he was stabbed there?
No, sir.
So you stab, he stabs, and then where do you go?
Once I see him go into the house, I go into the house as well. Make a right by the island, make a left into the garage and get into the car and wait.
So you didn't hang around in the kitchen or the patio or anywhere. You went right to the car after the murder.
Yes, sir.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing out to the street or facing into the garage?
Tail lights toward the kitchen, tail lights toward the back door. It was backed in.
It was backed in.
To the garage. Headlights facing the...
So you could
out.
drive right out?
Yes, sir.
You sure of that?
Yes, sir.
So it's backed in and you get into the passenger seat or the back seat?
The passenger seat.
And that's the one facing farthest from the kitchen?
The car was backed in. I hopped in the passenger seat.
The front seat was closest to the kitchen door. Isn't that
The passenger
right?
seat, yes.
Which one, the passenger or the front?
The passenger. Front seat.
I'm sorry, passenger front seat. Okay. So you're sitting there and you said you heard Mr. Baker doing something?
Prior to going to the garage, I heard Mr. Baker doing something.
Prior to going into the garage? I thought you said you heard something after you got in the car.
When he came out with a bunch of stuff.
Okay. So how long was he gone?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Couldn't have been too long, right?
Long enough.
Well, did you know what he was doing?
No, not at the time.
You were sitting in the passenger seat of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were the doors closed?
Yes, sir.
Were the windows closed?
No.
Okay. And between you and the house was the garage, and then what? The kitchen came when you went in, entered through the garage?
I entered from the patio into the kitchen.
And then he,
I'm
sorry. Go on. Patio, kitchen.
Heard rummaging, kept
But-
going
but
to the
you-
garage like I was instructed to do.
Okay, so you were instructed to stay in the car,
Yes.
and you did.
Yes.
Now, you said you heard rummaging. Now, I want you to describe what you could hear from the car in the passenger seat through the garage, kitchen, patio, and so forth in the two-story house. What did you hear?
I heard from the kitchen as I was going into the garage rummaging. Once I got to the garage, I sat there and I waited. Didn't hear much until he started coming downstairs.
Did you see any rummaging when you were going into the garage?
No, sir.
Did you see where he was going?
No, sir.
Was he bleeding?
Didn't look.
Did you see any blood on him at all?
Wasn't paying attention.
Well, what about when he got in the car and started driving? Did you see blood on his hand, blood on his shoes, blood on his pants?
He put my head down in between my legs and told me to get down.
So my question, your answer is no.
Yes.
And you're saying he was gone about 2 to 5 minutes? Let's say 2 minutes yesterday, 5 minutes today?
In between 2 to 5 minutes.
And then you saw him, you didn't see where he went in the house?
No, sir.
Did you just heard rummaging?
Before I got to the garage,
What kind of rummaging? Like what?
like things opening, like a drawer,
You heard a drawer from where you were.
briefly.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like.
Did he tell you why he wasn't taking you with you to make it look more rummaging and do it quicker?
No, sir.
So you just followed his instructions, right?
Yes, sir.
Throughout this whole terrible event, you just followed his instructions, correct?
Yes, sir.
So he comes back with what?
A pillowcase with stuff in it.
So you run up to the house, go into the patio and kill him, and he goes and leaves about 2 to 5 minutes. The whole time you were in the house couldn't have been more than 10 minutes, right?
If you include the garage, yeah, maybe about that.
Maybe even less if you don't include the garage, right?
Sure.
I mean, wasn't that the idea, to get in and out as quickly as possible?
Yes, sir.
Didn't he say something about a daughter, or his wife was gonna, Fabio's wife was gonna show up or something?
If I recall correctly, he said, shit, his daughter. I think his daughter.
Well,
I think that's his daughter.
I think what?
I believe that's what he said.
When?
When he was driving out.
When he was driving out, he says, I think that's his daughter.
Yes.
Because there was a car driving up.
Yes.
Did you see that car?
No.
But before you got to the house, didn't he say something about hurrying up because someone might be coming home? I thought you tried to say it was Monica or her daughter. You tell me.
Yes, that's what he said.
What did he say?
He said somebody might be coming home.
Somebody might be coming home. And when did he say that?
On the way up, I believe.
On the way up the street that you're jogging, he said, we better hurry up because someone might be coming home.
He didn't say those words.
Well, something to that effect?
It's just something to that effect, yes.
And that's why you did it so fast.
That's why I went with him.
Pardon?
He told me to go with him, so that's what he said.
And then you did it the way you just described?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did you see Fabio on the phone before he was stabbed by you and Mr. Baker?
No. He might have been smoking a cigar.
Okay. But I mean, was he on the phone taking a call, or did the phone ring, or did you see him on his computer or anything like that?
No.
Did he look like he was asleep when you killed him?
No.
Did you see a computer there?
No.
So he didn't move at all from where he was lying or sitting in that chair from the time you got out there, 1, 2, 3, until he was knifed to death. He didn't really move or anything. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Austin, I just want to go back one more time to the transcript of the proffer 1, page 107. Someone brings up a plan. Was it Baker or Birdsong? And you say I believe they were kind of working together. You meant Baker and Birdsong, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's okay, and you say like they were both former government. So again, question, well, I hope government people don't plan to. And you say they were talking among each other on how to do it. What did you think you meant by, what did you mean by how to do it?
How to cause harm to someone.
How to do the murder? Or did you know even then they were talking about a murder?
I saw them go into a room after our conversation.
And when was this and where, if you remember?
I I think we were in Vegas.
The one where you said you never saw Monica, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her, did you?
I don't recall seeing her.
Okay. And then the question is, by Miss Silverman in front of you, that is talking among themselves, and you say, yeah, I remember, yeah, and question, like what? And you say, he could probably do it. He's fast enough. I'm like fast enough. Like, what do you mean? And they started, Miss Stagel says, were they talking about how to do it? And you say, how to do it. So you believe they were talking about how to do what?
Cause harm to a family.
Cause harm to somebody.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't know who then?
No, sir.
Question, like how did they say, let's talk first weapons. Were they talking how, whether it would be shooting, knife, and you said shoot. And then it was question, beat up, and you said first talk about beat up. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Saying that? So they were talking about beating him up. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what you told the people in Vancouver and the Perkins person and the DA and Miss Stagel. That Baker told you the day you arrived, we're just going to rough him up. Right?
Yes, sir.
So they were talking about it back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, and then they maybe you could sneak in while he's sleeping. Did they say that?
It was discussed.
Who was saying that? Did you recall, Baker or Birdsong?
Baker.
Maybe you could sneak in while he's sleeping. And who was referring to, if you know, as you could sneak in? Did you know?
The victim.
Huh?
The victim.
No, but who was going to sneak in? It said, you heard.
He wanted me to do it.
You. Okay, so they were talking about you sneaking in. And then the answer is Monica can leave. You can tie him up and do it then. Remember that?
Yes.
Question, at this point, did it sound like, from what they were saying, that Monica was in on this as well? Remember that question?
Yes.
And you said it seemed that way, yes. Question, why? Answer, just because it was not how the conversation is, just how they were going, Baker was on his phone a lot. Question, okay, could you hear him talking to someone or just texting? Answer, no, he was texting. Question, and did you think he was texting Monica or the woman at this point? And you said, I think so. So you didn't know if he was texting Monica or not, did you?
Not entirely.
Well, you said, I think so. You didn't know, right?
Right.
And the question, but I guess the question is why. That is why you thought he was texting Monica or a woman at this point. And you say, but I don't, what do you mean? Question, this is from the DA. Why do you think she was in on it and he was maybe communicating with her? And your answer is probably because they were messing with each other. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you thought it was Monica he was talking about because he had told you at the gym that he was messing with her, right?
He was messing with her prior.
That was some time before, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know if he was still even messing with her, did you?
Didn't really cross my mind to be diving into his relations.
So, but you knew on one time he had introduced you to her and as someone you thought he was messing with.
Yes.
What does messing with mean?
Having relations.
Okay. And that's why you thought they were talking about him, because they were messing with each other.
Yes.
Question, well, was he responding to text and saying, oh, and you can do this, or he won't be home at this time? Did he seem like he was referencing his phone while he was talking? Answer, the day of, I can. Okay, there. If you're going, we'll get there. Okay, so where are you? You say still in Vegas. I don't know about that piece. Question, but adjust. Question, okay, answer. They were talking about it. It seemed like they would be, okay, they say.
There's no question pending.
Counsel, you're reading the entire transcript and not asking.
No, it's almost done.
Well,
That doesn't help me. Get to your question.
Okay, but the last thing you say, that would be, she would be the person why of feeding the information. Okay.
Same objection.
Not to this last.
Same objection.
Wait a second.
There's one more question by Ms. Silverman, which is relevant to this.
Very well. Get to it.
And when you first met Monica in Vegas during the 2016 visit at the area, was there conversation in front of her between you and Baker about getting rid of her husband? Answer, no. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
So there was no conversation in Vegas about getting rid of her husband with Monica that you were a part of or you heard about?
Not in front of me.
Mr. Austin, we talked yesterday about how you felt about doing what you did, and we went through all that. And you felt terrible about it, right?
Yes, sir.
But not terrible enough to call the authorities and tell them what had happened or who had done it, even if you were going to commit suicide. You didn't do that.
We've been through this, counsel. Move on.
What happened with the 6 gold coins?
I cashed them out.
How long after the murder did you cash them?
Maybe February.
So the murder was January, end of January, and you cashed them within a week or two? Is that right?
Maybe 2-3 weeks.
And where did you cash them?
In Alaska.
But how did you cash them?
I gave them to a person who dealt with gold, and they told me what they were.
You gave them to a person who dealt with gold?
Yes, sir.
It was something you did often?
No.
How'd you find someone who dealt with gold?
I was in the mall.
And you just put on a sign, deal with gold, see me?
Well,
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
How did you find the person?
I believe at the time in the mall there was a trade your jewelry in, trade gold jewelry in for gold.
So within a week or two of murdering Fabio Sementilli, you went in and traded that gold for money, correct?
No.
You didn't cash it in for money?
You said within a week or two. It was a little longer than that.
Well, you tell me, how long?
About almost a month.
Almost a month. You take the gold, cash it in for money, and then what did you do with the money?
Paid off some debts.
Didn't you consider that blood money?
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
I have nothing further.
You can redirect.
Yes. Mr. Austin, we are going to back up to the day that you were arrested in Vancouver. That morning when you were arrested, you were taken to the police department, and that's the first time that you had any contact with law enforcement regarding what had occurred on January 23rd, 2017 with the killing of Fabio, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went to this police station, just to go through the sequence of events, you were arrested by officers and then you were transported to Vancouver Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were put in the cell with the undercover agent, it's been referred to as a Perkins agent, but do you know the term Perkins?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Well, thank you. The term Perkins, then, it was an undercover agent that you thought was a cellmate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified to, in the beginning, you were uncomfortable. Now, is that correct? with this talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding that undercover agent, you actually did discuss the defendant with that undercover agent in certain respects, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you recall, you were put in the cell, and then Detective Farrell came in. Do you remember him coming to you and telling you basically, we know you were there, we just want to know what happened in between. We know you were there, we know how you left, we want to know what happened in between. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when Mr. Farrell left, you were left alone with your cellmate, who you believe to be another inmate with you in custody, I should call it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So you brought up, and this is for reference, the Perkins transcript, page 106 for counsel. You actually did bring up, and that's line 4 through 7, you did bring up the defendant, the female, and it was sparked because you knew that there was a lady involved. Farrell had told you that those were arrested, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
Baker and a female. The word lady was used, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, your cellmate...
Objection, that is in fact not an evidence, Your Honor.
So rule.
At that point, your cellmate, the undercover agent, said, and the bitch, who they got. Did you ever meet that bitch? And you said, seen her, but I don't know her. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the topic of Monica, or the defendant, I should say, was brought up by the cellmate, and you admitted that you...
That mistakes the evidence. Monica was not brought up.
She indicated that. It's overruled.
Not the specific name, Mr. Austin, but the female, and you knew who it was in reference to, the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was brought up, and you said, but I don't know her. Correct?
Yes.
Defense asked you a lot of questions about that statement about you don't know her. Today, do you know her?
No.
And when you say, I don't know her, what does that mean?
Favorite color, cereal, what you like to watch, what do you like to do for hobbies, birthday, what type of things do you like to shop for, what makes you happy, what makes you sad, what are your coping skills.
So to this day, when you say, I don't know her, she was never a friend of yours, right?
Yes.
But you knew who she was.
Yes.
So were you ever denying that you knew who this defendant was?
No.
You just don't know her personally. You didn't have a personal relationship with the defendant of any nature.
That is correct.
And is that consistent with what you've repeatedly said in every single interview as well as here in trial?
That is correct.
Detective Farrell then pulls you out for an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was Detective Farrell and Detective Byers. They put you in that room and they interviewed you. And at that point, did they advise you or let you know your Miranda rights, it's called, that you have a right to an attorney, you can have an attorney present?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about maybe I should have an attorney, maybe I shouldn't, correct?
Yes.
And they let you make a decision. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel at any point like you were coerced into talking to either of the detectives without an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually tell them that you wanted to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you want? Why did you want to talk to them at that point? What's going on in your mind that you felt like you wanted to talk to them?
At that moment in time, I didn't want to play with them. If they flew all the way up and had me pulled over and brought in to have me answer questions, I didn't want to waste their time.
Okay. At that time, Is it fair that, for lack of better words, are you freaking out? Are you stressed out?
Very much so.
Are you thinking about now your culpability, what you did, and your role?
Yes.
In this moment, when you've been arrested after 7 years of not hearing from any law enforcement, and you've been arrested and you've been told that you have a warrant for your arrest, are you thinking about everybody else involved, or are you thinking about yourself and your role at this time?
I'm only thinking about myself and my role at that point in time.
So when you testified with the detectives and you told them that you had stabbed...
Objection to word testifying.
That's correct.
That's fine. Sorry. When you interviewed with the detectives and you told them that you had stabbed the defendant, was that a way of getting something off your chest?
Yes.
Did you ever go in that conversation to the whole pre-planning conversation about how it all came together, or was this more of a confessional to your role?
It was a confessional to my role.
During that interview, though, you were asked about other individuals, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were actually asked by the detectives some questions. So Monica, or the defendant, did come up in those interviews in Washington in October of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not like the topic of the defendant never came up, right?
Objection. This states the evidence, Your Honor. The defendant never...
Stop. You're talking about this.
Sorry.
It would be overruled as to that. It is leading.
Okay, well, let me... Page 54 of the interview, lines 14, starting at line 14. One moment, let me just get my page. The interview. One second. Oh, sorry. It's line page 52.
I'm sorry. Line what? Okay, sorry. Page what?
Let's start at line 5. Page 52. 52 of the interview in Washington. Detective Farrell asks you, how did you, when he said, we're going to go rough her up, dude, how did he know when to go? Was he talking to her? And you said, I believe so. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Detective Farrell said, were you present when he was talking to her? There's no response at that point. Detective Farrell asked you, so what makes you believe that? You responded, he would tell me. Detective Farrell asked you, say what? Like what? You responded, she says she's in the house. And then you corrected it. She said he's in the house. Are you referring to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Farrell said, okay. Detective Byers commented, that's obviously before. And you said yes. Detective Byers followed up with, and then at that point, it's go time from him. Like when he says, she says he's in the house. Like, okay, let's go, and you agreed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did talk about the defendant's role in this plan to kill the defendant in Washington with the detectives.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, on page 66 of the interview, line 1, you brought up, I remember him saying she's going to get some money. We're off. We're good. I was like, oh, okay, cool. There's some small talk and jumping down. Detective Byers asked you, did you ever get money? You said, I don't know. Or did he ever get money? I'm sorry. You said, I don't know. Then Detective Byers asks you, did you ever get any amount of money from this? And you responded, he gave me a couple of gold coins from his collection. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you where those gold coins came from?
The detective?
Yes. I'm sorry, no. Baker.
Later he did. Yeah, he told me it came from the safe.
Page 95. And during this interview then, you were put back in the cell then, okay? So after you talked to them, you talked about Monica's, or the defendant's role in this, that she told Baker he's in the house now, so you knew when to go. They put you back in the cell then with the undercover agent, and at that point, did you feel free to start talking a little bit no more because now you had interviewed with the detectives?
A little bit, yeah.
And did you start talking to that agent some more?
Yes.
Did you tell him any of the things that you talked about in the interview?
Yes.
And this is the Perkins transcript, page 122. Actually, we'll start on 121, line 19. When you were put back in the cell, the agent asked you, what did they say? And you said, I don't know. I asked for an attorney after I talked to the investigators. I'm honest with them, so. And the agent responded, so basically you told him the truth. You said, actually because of that woman. What woman were you referring to?
The defendant.
The agent then asked you, he said something, who the fuck is Monica? Is that the bitch? And you said, I think that's her name, yeah. So again, you brought up the defendant to this undercover agent, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then down on line 24, you told the agent, I was honest. And the agent said, to me, it sounded like the bitch is the one who planned this shit. I think defense actually asked you that question. And you agreed and you said, yeah, she did. And again, this is in Washington, the day that you're arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
The agent asked you, what was the fucking reason? And at that point in Washington, the day you're arrested, you told that undercover agent insurance money. And you also stated he was an abusive husband. So you did know about the insurance money, and you told the detectives about that even in Washington, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you stated that he was an abusive husband, is that what you were told by Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
The undercover agent then asked you how much insurance. And you stated, I wasn't going to get any of that, and I'm mad that I was even part of it. The agent followed up with, I'm going to use his grammar, you wasn't going to get any of it, what the fuck? You stated, I just didn't believe it until it hits to the thing. I just don't believe it. The agent asked you, did your uncle ever get any of the money? You stated, I don't think so. Then the agent responded, hold on, how long after did he go to jail? You stated a few months. The agent, he ain't get shit. You stated, yeah, they both got locked up. The agent then stated, so basically this bitch wanted y'all to come get the nigga so she can get insurance money. It must have been some millions. And you agreed and said, I think so. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never said to this agent who's undercover, who you don't know is being recorded, no. She wasn't involved. You agreed with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that was the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your belief?
Yes, ma'am.
That she was going to get this insurance money?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's what Baker had told you?
Yes, ma'am.
So after this interview then, I'm sorry, not interview, but you're in this cell, you're talking to the agent. And by the way, I think a reference was made to calling the defendant a bitch, or words to that effect. None of these detectives called her that kind of name to you, correct?
That is correct.
And certainly, I didn't call her anything like that, correct?
That is correct.
And you never referred to her as that.
No, ma'am.
That was stimulation coming, or words coming from the undercover agent who you were talking to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point then you asked, when you were in the cell with the agent, the detectives never came to you and said, the DA's here and wants to talk to you, right?
That is correct.
You asked because they mentioned that the DA was in Washington. It was you who asked to talk to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I came in to meet you, what did I advise you?
Of my Miranda rights.
And did I tell you that you have a right to consult with an attorney and you don't have to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually think about it and say, yeah, I don't think I want to talk? And I walked away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you decide later that you still wanted to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
I asked to speak to the DA.
And I came back in, correct?
Yes,
At your
ma'am.
request.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I once again advise you that you had a right to an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the defense asked you questions about you wanted a deal, you wanted to see your girls. It's true. You wanted to see your girls, right?
That is still true today.
And when you say girls, do you mean your wife and your daughter?
And grandma that we take care of.
Okay. She lived with you?
Yes.
So at that moment, you wanted to see your girls. You actually asked, can I see them? Can I FaceTime them? Can I talk to them? You asked all those questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at any time, did myself or the detectives, anybody ever offer you or suggest you're going to get any deal at all, and we're talking about in Washington, to testify?
No. Quite the contrary. You actually couldn't even guarantee that I was going to be able to see my wife.
That's what you were told by me and the detectives, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you asked me, am I going to be charged? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And all these requests is after you'd already interviewed with the detectives and given your whole statement. This is kind of the tail end when the day's almost over. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd already talked to the detectives. You'd already given your statement. We're winding up. You asked to talk to me, and you wanted help seeing your girls. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you asked me, am I being charged, what did I tell you?
You said you are.
And when you asked me, am I going to have to go to Los Angeles, what did I tell you?
You said yes.
Did I ever offer you anything?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever talk about plea deals with you?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever suggest you're going to get leniency?
No, ma'am.
And did the detectives or myself ever bring up, we need you to testify against Monica and tell us all this stuff about Monica?
No, ma'am.
So when you came back to, one second. You went back then once again after this. You were put back in again. You went back and forth a lot. But you were put back in again with the undercover agent. Do you remember that?
I do now. Yeah.
You went back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yes.
But before you actually ended up speaking to me, did you talk to the agent about speaking to me? If you remember.
I believe I believe I did.
Okay.
Or did
One
I?
moment. One second. Get the right transcript. When you're put back in with the Perkins agent, or the undercover agent, once again, you talked to him once again about the defendant. And you said to him, this is 152 of the Perkins transcript, line 16. But I don't know if they have anything on her except for what he told me she said. Like, so I believe she set the whole thing up. The PA said, You said, that's what I believe. And the undercover agent, I use the word PA, Perkins agent, but it's undercover agent, said to you, but you said something about insurance money. And once again, you talked about insurance, and you said, that's what it was mentioned, but I didn't really think about it. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
So, contrary to the questions on cross-examination, you did talk about the defendant multiple times, both in the undercover operation and with the detectives in Washington, the day you were arrested, that you believe the defendant was involved in setting up the murder of her husband.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also talked to them about the insurance money. That's the day you're arrested, about knowing that she was going to collect insurance money. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, when you were put back in the cell with the undercover agent, I'm sorry, this is with when you interviewed with me, I'm sorry. I asked you, and this is page 152 of the interview, line 1. I asked you, did you think he just wanted to beat him up? And you said, that's what I was thinking. Well, that's not true, though, now, right?
No, that's not true.
That's what you were saying in the interview. And were you minimizing the whole planning and premeditation of this?
Yes.
And then I asked you, but then you knew about the insurance money, so how does that factor in? And you started to talk, and I talked over you, and I said, because you're not going to get insurance. And I had not finished my sentence. And you said, I knew what I was told, whether it was true or not. And I said, okay. You started to say, I don't, and then I responded, so when did the conversation about the insurance money come in? And you said, maybe a few weeks before. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know you've been asked a lot of questions about when you knew about the insurance money. Before you flew to Los Angeles, had the topic of insurance money come up before in your conversations with Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the defendant was to receive insurance money?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, Baker had told you that some of that money would be payment to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the defense asked you about your financial situation at the time, did you have a lot of money? Did you need money?
I didn't have a lot of money.
But was this for the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you agree to commit the murder just for the money?
I did what Baker asked me to. Yeah. He said, I need you so we can get this money.
Okay. And Baker didn't stand to inherit insurance money.
No.
He told you the defendant was getting the insurance money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I have a few questions about some specific things. We talked a lot about the timing of things. Again, as you responded to the defense attorney, were you wearing a watch during any of your days in Los Angeles, January 22nd, 23rd?
No, ma'am.
Was the time, the actual physical time, whether it be 2 o'clock, noon, 3 o'clock, was any of that important to you?
No, ma'am.
Was anything scheduled for at 2 o'clock we will go here, at 3 o'clock we will go there?
No, ma'am.
Are you doing your best to recall the times that these things occurred now 7 years later, 8 years later?
Yes, ma'am.
The day that you came in on the 22nd and you went to, you flew in on the 22nd and then you ultimately ended up in that parking lot where the pho restaurant was, and you decided that you couldn't do it. You don't know what time you got there?
Not really. It was dark.
It was dark. Now, on the way there, do you remember anything from the apartment, leaving the apartment, to going to that location? Do you remember what you did in between the apartment and the location?
Sat in the front seat and rode.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere? Did you stop at a Ralph's?
I don't remember. I remember pulling up in the back of the strip mall.
Do you remember any stops on the way to whether it be to get money, to go to a Ralph's, to get a Starbucks, anything? Do you remember anything?
No.
Do you know how much time from when you left Baker's apartment until you went to that area? Do you know how much time passed?
No.
Okay. Could it have been anywhere? I mean, if you don't remember, you don't remember if it's hours or minutes?
I mean, it was minutes. It wasn't that far of a ride, but I don't know how long.
Now, where was Baker before you decided to go to this location?
I think he was in the apartment with me.
Do you know for sure?
No.
Okay, so is it fair you don't know where Baker was before you took that trip to the location where you had planned on the 22nd to stab Fabio?
Where the plan was?
I'm saying you don't know where Baker was earlier that day.
No.
Okay. And on a side note, the term Baker referred to the victim, Fabio, as motherfucker, that wasn't your term, right?
No.
You weren't calling Fabio motherfucker, that was Baker calling him motherfucker.
That is correct.
Okay. As far as those three-way calls that you had with Birdsong and Baker, the month December and the months October, November, December, those months previous, you never said with certainty that Monica was on any of those calls, right?
Right.
So your testimony is you know Baker was on it, you know Birdsong was on it, you don't know if anybody else was on the call. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also a lot of questions on this Vegas meeting, or not meeting, I should say. When you went to Vegas in July of 2016, you do not know, is this your testimony today, if you met the defendant there or not?
That is correct.
Now, do you agree that multiple times you said you don't believe you met her until you came to Los Angeles from that Las Vegas trip and went to the gym that day, July 2016, met her at the gym and went back to her house? That's what you believe is the first time you met her?
Yes.
Now, you've been asked, could you have met her in Vegas? Did you meet her in Vegas? When you're saying I might have, why are you saying I might have?
Vegas is a lot, and Baker introduced me to a lot of people at any given moment in time.
So you don't know, but you can't say one way or the other. It's possible, but you have no recollection of having met her before when you saw her at LA Fitness in July of 2016. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. When you were picked up from the airport on the 22nd, you testified with the defense counsel that you think you were in the Versailles Nisa, but you're not sure, right? When you were picked up from the airport.
Yes.
Did you know Rob to rent cars?
Yes.
How often did he rent cars? That you know?
anytime one of his other ones wasn't either. I remember one wasn't registered and one wasn't working, and he still needed to get around, so he would go get a rental for a few hours. So it wasn't uncommon that he wouldn't go grab one and then drop it off later that day.
When you went to Vegas in 2016, did you rent a car then?
No.
Did you ever go anywhere with Rob other than on any other trips where he rented a car?
Just in L.A.
Okay. So it wasn't unusual that Baker had rental cars?
No, it was not.
You do know that that Nissan Versa is the car that you were driving when you got stopped by the police for the seatbelt ticket, though. You know that you were in the Versa then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Couple more questions. Just when you got to the house the day that you were going to actually go through with the stabbing of Fabio, and this is on the 23rd, did Rob tell you where or how he knew where Fabio, the victim, would be?
Yeah, he told me that she left him home alone. We have to go now. I remember slightly hesitating. He was like, put this on. And it was never really a threat with him. It was always just a certain look. I was like, all right. And I just did it. And then as we jogged up the hill and we got closer to the door, he turned back and looked at me and said he should be on the patio.
Did he say how he knew that he should be on the patio?
He told me that before we left, he said that she left him home alone and he should be on the patio.
Okay.
He reminded me of that.
And in your proffer statement that you did with the prosecution and the detectives, do you recall telling the people, us in the room then, that he told you that she said he was on the patio?
Yes.
And then again, was there a plan? I know, briefly going over this, the plan to take the car. I asked you about the keys the other day. Did he ever say anything to you about the keys?
He said she's going to leave the keys somewhere where he can find them.
That she is going to leave the keys somewhere?
Yes.
Your Honor.
It's overruled.
And in your proffer on day 2, did you tell, again, the detectives and the prosecution in that same statement back in November of 2024 that Baker told you that she was going to leave the keys out?
Yes.
Exhibit 247 was the agreement between the people and Christopher Austin that's already been entered in. Remember, we talked to you about this yesterday, that agreement that you signed stating that kind of the terms of the agreement is to tell the truth. If you don't tell the truth and the court decides you haven't been truthful in your testimony and upheld your end of the bargain, the deal is off, basically. The deal could be off. You understood that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this paragraph here on page 3, Christopher Austin understands that he is under no obligation to make any particular statement or to testify in conformity with any prior statements he may have made. Christopher Austin further understands that his only obligation in this entire matter is to be completely honest and truthful. Have you abided by this?
Yes, ma'am.
So that means that whatever you've said before, we're not asking you, did you understand this to mean that we're not saying, no one's saying you have to testify how you stated before. It's in here right now that matters.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you told the truth, the best that you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, you pled then, if I may mark the plea transcript, it is 10 pages in length, plea transcript. for Christopher Austin dated January 17th, 2025.
With 254?
254. Right. And in that plea transcript, page 2, in this courtroom, and that's Ms. Silverman talking, the defendant will be entering a plea to count 1 as a second-degree murder. He will be admitting to the personal use of a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1, and the people would ask that sentencing be put over until after the jury trial. Do you understand that to mean that after you testify and after it's determined that you testified truthfully, then you would be sentenced to the agreed upon terms?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And furthermore, Ms. Silverman advised you, and the other thing that I want to put on the record is that when the defendant testifies at trial, this plea agreement is contingent upon his truthful and complete testimony at trial. However, it is not the people or the district attorney's office who are the arbiters of whether or not he testifies truthfully. It is the court. And I want to make sure that he understands that. And so he's not being asked to testify in a way that he thinks that the district attorney would want, but that he testifies truthfully and that the decision is ultimately in the discretion of this court. She asked you, do you understand what was said, Mr. Austin? You said, yes, sir. The court asked you that, I'm sorry. And the court asked you, is this agreeable to you? And you said, yes. Did you understand this at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you abided by this in court and testified truthfully, not what anything you think the DA wants to hear?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, you will be sentenced if you get the agreement to 16 years to life in prison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that 16 to life means you have no end date right now? You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is irrelevant at this point.
Yes, but based on your cross-examination, like getting home to his girls, it's overruled.
So that means after you serve 16 years, that's your first opportunity to go in front of a parole board. And it's up to them to determine if you get out. They might say yes, they might say no, right? You don't know.
That is correct.
So when the defense attorney asked you about getting a deal, do you think this is a deal?
No. I mean, yes. No. I don't know. I'm not going home. I'm not going to get to work with my youth anymore. So
no one ever told you, if you plead, you're going home to see your girls, right?
that is correct.
And what you testified today has been the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you, would you have committed this murder, killing of Fabio Sementilli, if you didn't think that the defendant, his wife, wanted this?
Objection, that's speculation.
Sustained.
No more questions.
Anything on Russ?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Austin.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole.
I was informed.
And that's what you were facing before you made this, we'll be generous and call it plea agreement, not deal.
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Your Honor, he wasn't charged with this.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening to you. You don't understand me on this.
Well, I would object to a legal conclusion.
So the complaint was murder with special circumstances.
No.
I stand corrected. Sustained.
Mr. Austin, if you don't testify the way the prosecution wants you to testify, well, let me go back. You got this deal or offer only after your proffer with your attorney, right? I think he's here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you knew the deal was based on what you said at the proffer, correct?
To say I knew, I don't think that's fair.
Is that fair?
No, I don't think that's fair. To say I knew. I didn't know
Your
anything.
attorney did not inform you what the reason was for the proffer?
He did inform me that what a proffer was. He did inform me that in going into the proffer, I have to tell the whole entire truth of everything that I know to the best of my ability.
In other
And I
words,
did that.
confessing to the murder, right?
Yes.
Well, why would you just confess to the murder if you're facing life imprisonment?
I was unaware of that I was actually facing life in prison.
Your attorney didn't tell you what you were facing when you were charged with first-degree murder at the use of a knife? He didn't tell you what the penalty was?
Correct.
Object that misstates or assumes facts on an evidence.
Sustained.
Did he tell you what you were facing? What penalty?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He gave me a list of 3 to 4 potentials that the state of California could charge me with. So to say I knew what I was facing entirely, no, I did not. But I knew it was going to be a very high number.
Worse than 16 years to life, right?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, why go through and make the deal? Right?
Right.
You had to gain something from the deal, right?
Correct.
And you knew what you had said to the officer, to the DA, and the Perkins individual down up in Vancouver wasn't good enough for the deal, for you to get your deal, right?
Again, I don't think it's fair to say that I knew what was good enough.
You didn't know that the one thing that was missing from your statement in Vancouver was connecting Monica Sementilli to the crime?
They interviewed me a few questions, but I withheld information. I withheld information until I got an attorney present.
What information did you withhold?
Objection.
You went through this, counsel. Sustained.
When you were put in the Perkins cell, I'll call it the Perkins cell, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Who's the first person who brought up the bitch or Monica or anyone of that nature, meaning Baker's girlfriend, who you now say was involved with this? Who brought that up first? Do you remember that?
The detective brought it up to me, and then the individual, the young man, if you will, started asking me questions about it, and I brought it up to him.
What young man?
The young man in the cell.
Oh, right. Okay. You remember him saying, that's fixed to go to trial. That's why you here, because the bitch is fixed to go up for trial and to try to make shit better for herself, threw you under the bus. Remember that?
He said that.
He brought up a bitch or someone throwing you under the bus. Not you. Right?
That I brought it up. He brought it up.
How did you bring it? Who brought it up first?
The detective.
The detective? Before you were put into the cell?
No one brought up anything before I was put into the cell.
So what do you mean by the detective? The Perkins individual?
No, the detective that came to see me and showed me pictures.
And when was that in relation to when you were arrested?
When he came, opened the door and showed me the pictures. I think if I remember correctly, the first time I didn't really want to talk to anybody.
Okay, let me get this straight, if we could, time-wise. You are arrested in Vancouver, Washington, correct?
Yes, sir.
What day are you arrested?
Objection cumulative.
This is not something
I understand that. You're trying to find out when the detective
Yes.
appeared. Okay, there's been testimony. I'll allow you to inquire, but there's been testimony the detective appeared at the cell in the presence of the Perkins agent.
Okay. You've heard what His Honor just said?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It better be.
Yes, sir.
So, the first person to bring up that there was another person involved besides you and Baker was the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say, as best you recall?
He said, man, I don't want to misquote that, man. That's not fair.
Well, he basically said, the reason you're here is that, he didn't call her a bitch, I'm sure, is that someone else is involved, Baker's girlfriend or something like that, and we got to find out who it is.
Objection to six, the testimony.
So ruled.
Isn't that the gist of what he told you?
Well, objection assumes facts, not evidence.
So ruled.
He let me know that she knew we were all involved in some way, shape, or form.
She let you know that
He let me know.
He let you know that... What?
That we were all involved in some way, shape, or form.
Who did he mean? Did you ask him who he meant by we?
Didn't have to. He said names.
What did he say?
He said Baker and the defendant.
He
And
called
you.
her the defendant?
No, sir. He called
What
her
did he
Monica.
say?
He said Monica.
So he came to you and said, we already know that who's involved, and it's you and Baker and Monica, correct?
I don't want to misquote him, so yes.
Something like that.
Something in that form.
He informed you why you were there.
Yes, sir.
And then the Perkins guy said, man, that bitch done sold you out. Did she sell you out as far as you know? You know what sell out means?
Objection is
That's form sustained.
What did you take it when he said, that bitch done sold you out, now this is your turn? Words to that effect.
I didn't take it as anything because I knew why I was there.
You knew why you were there from the moment the detective said, we know what happened, and it involved Monica, you, and Baker, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then he leaves you alone with the Perkins guy, right?
That is correct.
And you tell did you lie to the Perkins guy?
Yeah.
What'd you lie about?
objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Well, why would you lie to the Perkins guy if the detective just told you that 3 people were involved and you knew he was right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And you told the Perkins guy, because he kept saying to you, that bitch did it for the insurance, she did it for the insurance, you gotta come clean, you gotta help yourself. I mean, we went through all those things yesterday, remember?
Objection states the testimony.
So ruled.
All that stuff about you gotta make a deal, and you saying I'll do whatever I have to, and him saying you better make a deal, go after the bitch, and you saying I'll do what I have to. Remember all that from yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, so when did you find out the bitch did it for the insurance? Remember what you said?
No.
The day of the incident.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
The day it happened.
The day it happened.
I remember what I told him now.
I'm sorry, what?
I remember what I told him now. My apologies.
Okay. Was that the truth?
No, it was not.
Well, why did you lie to him?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And then, the other thing you said to the Perkins criminal and to the detective and to the officers here, when you knew what they wanted and you knew what it would take to get you out, you said the only reason we went up there to begin with was to rough him up. Remember that?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained. I think our adjournment this time. We will not be in session this afternoon. You're free to do whatever you choose. We will next be in session tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admin should advise you not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. The former expressing opinions of the cause is submitted to you. Have a good evening.
And that's it. That is it for the day. That is it for the day. All right, so let's see. He was still on, Mr. Austin was still on cross when they came back from the break. So the time in the house couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. He says he thinks he heard, well, Baker said, I think that's his daughter when Baker was driving out. Fabio might have been smoking a cigar. Oh, you know what? Aaron found this. Here, check this out. All right, we were trying to figure out, let's look at this. All right, so there's that. We have time to kill because I'm waiting to hear from Mona. Hoping to hear from her soon. All right, so we're going to kind of look at the layout of this patio. All right. All right, so that orange chair there, that's Fabio's chair, right? So that's Fabio's chair, that orange chair. I'm sorry, with the what's that called? Cushions. The orange cushions, right? So that's Fabio's chair. So that's like maybe 10 feet. I do have another one. Let me pull up this one too. Oh my goodness. What? You want to go out? Off she goes. All right. Polly is out. All right, here, let me pull up this other one. We can kind of, let's see. That's 3. Ooh, wow. It's getting breezy here, you guys. Did you hear that wind? Cool. I don't think it's nearly as breezy as it was where you are, or were therapists, but we're having our own little breeze cruise through right now. All right, so, all right. Pammy says, figure about 10 strides to get there. All right, well, you can tell by the pool. So what's that? Pool's maybe 15 feet wide, right? That pool is probably 15 feet wide. And he's sitting his chair. And again, his chair could have been somewhere else. But basically his chair seems to be, according to this picture, seems to be in about 3 feet from the pool. So let's say that's 12 feet, and then add the walkway to the house is like another 3 feet. So 15 feet, right? 10 to 15 feet. And if you're running, yeah, you could do that in, 15 to 20 feet. Therapist, I'm thinking about 10 to 15 feet. The red chair is a special chair. Yeah. Oh, occasioned by you, Queen. You're welcome and thank you. Oh, green-eyed cat, your daughter's kitten escaped. Oh no. Oh, I hope that he does come back or she comes back. Yeah. So how did they? Oh, here. Let me feature chat. Let me put you up here. So how on earth did they sneak up on him? I don't think they snuck up on him. All right, let's go through. Now that we have this, let's go through Austin's testimony today. So Fabio might have been smoking a cigar. He didn't see Fabio on a computer or a phone. Fabio didn't move at all. And then he cashed out his coins at a gold mall. He cashed out his gold coins at the mall. So let's review his testimony and then we'll get back to cross, because we're basically we're waiting for Mona to become available to talk to us. All right. All right, the victim was sitting in his chair facing the patio door. This was yesterday. Baker covers his mouth and I started stabbing him. I closed my eyes, but then today he said he put his hand over Fabio's eyes. But anyway, yesterday, at least my notes say, I closed my eyes after I stabbed him once on the neck. Fabio was still on the chair. He never got up from the chair. They were simultaneously stabbing. All right, let me go back to... All right, so when we got to the driveway, the door should be open. He followed him in, hallway. He should be out back, told me to stay low, creeped ahead, made sure he wasn't seen. On the count of 3, you're going to hold him down. Baker opened the door, held Fabio's mouth so he couldn't scream. He started stabbing him. So again, I think if you're, okay, so if you're Fabio, you're in the hair industry, hair beauty and hair industry, right? You're not, at least I would think, you're not thinking about reacting like you're, you're not expecting somebody to bust into your house and delete you, right? You're just not, that's just not what you're thinking, right? Ooh, 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 ooh. Mona. Oh, yes, all right. We got the treat. Yes. All right, chat, we have a treat for you. We have a treat for the chat. Hello.
Gonna be off.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Can you hear me? It's raining.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, we can hear you. We can hear you fine.
Oh, great. How's everybody doing?
I think we're doing fine. There's a little delay, as you know, so we'll give it about 10 or 20 seconds, and then, yep, Irish Amy says, hey, Mona, you rock.
Hey, Irish Amy.
So
she's pretty cool, too, as is everyone.
Yeah. So we're very excited. I've been, I don't know if you've been watching or not, because I know you've been busy going to the court, but I've been teasing it without giving too much away, because I wasn't sure if, we could actually connect. But I've been teasing that you would be calling in. So here you are.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everybody.
Everybody's saying hi. Yep. Therapist is saying hi. Pammy's saying hi. Julie, everybody's saying hello.
Hey. Yeah, I'm not on YouTube right now, so
yeah.
It's like one hand on an umbrella, one hand on my cell phone.
Oh, well, thank you for taking the time in extreme circumstances to call in. We really appreciate it.
Oh, no, my pleasure.
So
I love the group.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get to it. You were there yesterday and today?
Correct.
Okay, so spill the tea. What can you tell us?
Well, yesterday there was Morella and 3 other family members. Today they were not there.
Okay.
We were the only spectators.
Really? Wow.
Yesterday, if you know, there's a woman named Marie that's a court TV correspondent.
Okay.
Who I recognize, so we chatted each other up on a break, which was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Cool. That's always fun to talk to the big wigs, if you will, the reporters.
I don't know. I mean, I live in LA. I'm married to a position, so I'm pretty
That's true.
spoiled with the famous people.
That's true. I hear you. I hear you.
But they're like my rock stars, court people. And
Right.
so, what did everybody think about the testimony?
Well, we took some polls yesterday, and let me go to our polls. So one poll was, is Mr. Levine making headway with impeaching Mr. Austin? And there were 44 votes, and 88% said no, and 11% said yes. So by a far number, we did not think that Levine was making any headway with impeachment.
That's yesterday, correct?
That was yesterday. Yeah, I want to do yesterday first. So then the first poll yesterday was, do you believe Austin's testimony? And out of 48 votes, 100% said yes, they believed him. 0% said no, they do not believe him. So that was the first time I think we've ever had our chat in total agreement.
That they didn't believe Austin?
No, they did. They did believe him. Yeah, 100.
Okay.
Yeah, 100% out of.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then let's see. Then there was. Hold on. Let me get. Okay, so that was Austin's testimony. Okay, then 51 votes. This was today. What percentage do you think Monica is involved in the conspiracy? And out of 51 votes, 100% said that they believe that she's involved.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Whether it's going to be proven,
right.
you know,
and then
is another thing.
I know. And then this was a good one. It may have been a premature poll question, but OnlyFan put it up as a question. I thought, oh, that would be a great poll. So it's, will the jury believe Austin's testimony implicating Monica or Baker's testimony absolving her? So I didn't catch how many people voted. I didn't get that, but 83% thought Austin's testimony is more damaging than only 3% thought Baker's testimony would absolve her. 13 said neither one, but a lot of people were saying, well, it's too early because we need to hear from Baker first of all. So.
Well, I agree. One, it's too early. Two, because of all the Detective Bitsy Roberts' testimony, nobody's going to believe him.
Yeah.
In general.
Right.
I mean, he seems pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Especially after, I'm curious as to why did Austin's father best buds with this guy in the Southeast? What was their life? Why did he listen to him? It made me curious about the character development.
Yeah. Now he let it slip that the whole South Carolina Myrtle Beach thing. He says, Austin said, Baker said, I'm taking her to see where I grew up, or see where I hung out, or something like that. So did you catch that Baker was originally from South Carolina? Did you catch that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's the first. That's the first time we heard it.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
It's like, what is up with this guy? But anyway, I did get to see, him come in. He doesn't have any shackles on his feet, but he has the waist thing that's way thinner than Donna Ayerson's for any of those, Martell fans.
Right.
And I thought he would. I saw Monica. They come out of the same thing. Monica comes out with nothing on, and it's very relaxed. The jury is the same as when we went before, the 17.
Okay.
And I really paid attention. I didn't take notes, so I could actually pay attention on my brain thing.
Right.
Definitely on the regular jury, 3 women and 9 men.
Okay.
100% sure. And on the remaining alternates, 3 women and 2 men.
Okay.
So that's the gender makeup.
And how were they reacting to A, Austin's testimony, and then B, Levine's cross?
Yesterday, they seemed when Levine.
Oh, are you there?
Saw head shaking. Somebody actually let out an exasperation sigh.
Wow.
At least 5 people were taking notes during the recross of the prosecution.
Okay.
and no one was taking notes when the defense got back up.
Okay. And that was today.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Gotcha. And how about when Austin was kind of breaking down? He got very emotional a couple of times, and he was like, "I'm sorry," put his head down. How did they?
I don't know about that's up to whoever watches. It's not. I don't think he. Let me ask Marty what he thought. Did you think Austin was genuine and remorseful and telling the truth? He said he seemed to be, and he's definitely remorseful, and not just for getting caught. I don't think. I mean,
and did the jury? How did the jury like react? Like, did they seem like just facially? Did they seem like they were, vibing with him, or were they like, "Oh, you're just acting," or what?
They were just paying attention at first, but the other thing that we wanted to both let you know, that courtroom, the air in there is so stuffy.
Really?
It's so hard to stay awake.
Really?
It's not like there's no good airflow, and there were a lot of people yesterday, so it was hard to not just like fall asleep. So that's part of, the jury being
interesting.
Not being they're dragging, and there are a lot of sidebars.
Right.
So they're dragging the trial out, and it seems to be wearing on the jury, and certainly on Judge Cohen today, who had it.
Yeah, he was funny. I think he started today. What he said. Let's see. He started today. I'm told there's an end in sight. That's what he started with. I'm told there's an end in sight. So he seems.
Right, and probably I think he meant that witness, not even the trial at this point.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Did they show when he told the lawyer enough, like kind of angry? He said stop and put his hand up, and he looked angry.
He did. They did not show. He wasn't on screen, but we heard it. Yeah, we definitely heard it. Absolutely.
Yeah, he. I watched the judge a lot, and he stares so intently at whatever attorney is up questioning, and he is very aware of every movement in his court. He is very sharp.
Gotcha. Hold on a sec. I've got some. The sun is coming through and is blasting me right now. Let's see if that's a little better. Okay.
Well, it's raining in LA. It's nice. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, you guys rarely get it, right, in the city itself, right?
Rarely.
Yeah, rare occasion. All right, we have a few questions. Drunky the Bear, who's also out there with you, she says, I think you talked about this, but I'll ask again. Are the daughters there, and what about Morella and Fabio's family?
The daughters are not there. Morella was there there was either a cousin, there was a younger man yesterday that was maybe Morella's daughter's age. There were definitely Morella and 3 other relatives. Okay. But I'm very respectful. I don't bother them or, observe them, because it's such a small courtroom. It's like, today I sat as if I were like an extra alternate to really watch the jury this morning. Because I just wanted to see after yesterday how they'd be.
So how did they compare? How did they compare from yesterday to today?
They were taking notes, and they seemed very attentive to the DA, to the prosecution.
Right.
And they were really looking at the clock a lot. This meandering and posturing is not working on them. From my observational opinion, no one can really know what somebody's thinking.
Sure. Now that's from Levine.
We're getting they're over it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think, we watch a lot of trials, obviously, everybody that's in the chat and stuff. So, but I like to think that we're somewhat close to what a jury would think, so.
You want to think so, but you can't know. And it's so different being inside the courtroom. Yeah. And this is California. It's not a different state. There's a different mindset of a vast population. Right. It's a very diverse jury with age and, racial backgrounds.
Sure. Therapist, asks, Do you have any sense of how many more witnesses for the state? Any idea how many the defense will have?
No, I really tried. There's a journalist that's always there, and I kind of got her to ask. I asked if there was, any kind of schedule or when Baker was going to be on, and nobody knows when the defense is going to start.
Okay.
But maybe when the defense starts, I'll come down again, and then I'll ask Ms. Silverman.
Right. Now, Drunky the Bear said that Baker's in Wasco. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it takes, I think, 2 days to transport him, or a day or two to transport him. So is that...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so...
That's crazy.
Yeah. And Drunky's asking, can you bring me a playbill?
I wish. I'm waiting for Drunky to be there at the same time.
Yeah,
we'll be sitting in the little obvious
all right.
bench together.
There you go, Drunky. All right. Oh, and Julie asks, do we know if Bella's going to testify? Now, we thought, okay, the Emmys testified, DNA has testified, tons of law enforcement have testified. We've heard from his coworkers. We've heard from his family. We've heard from his daughter, his one daughter, obviously. We've now heard from Austin. So who else? Who else in your mind?
We're going to have Mitzi Roberts back. She is not finished.
Right.
That's probably going to be a painstaking, detailed audio visual.
Yeah.
And then remember, the defense isn't even going to start their cross until she's completed her entire timeline testimony.
Right.
That it seems like there's an agreement of how to, put it out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
And all the attorneys were very energetic today, both in the lobby, going up, going in, going out, in the break. There's a lot more energy going on there than there was when we were previously here.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So Drunky the Bear says it's Wasco. Wasco, 90 minutes above Bakersfield, about 3 hours from L.A.
I'm assuming they have him in jail for these, you know what I mean? Like a temporary, because there's a whole bunch of jails downtown.
Sure. Yeah, she was saying that, I think she said 2 days, Drunky, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she said 2 days for transport. I think she said 2 days.
From where his semi-forever home is?
yeah. In order to get to L.A., and then they got to put him up in a jail, I guess, because he's in prison now, right? Then they got to get him into the city and put him up at a jail. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Holding.
Holding, yes, exactly. Capri Law, was Hey Mona there when ASAP Rocky was there? I'm sure there were tons of media there for that. Did you go for that?
Oh no, we were at Monica's trial, and I saw everybody. We were standing in the same floor and hallway and elevator area with all the characters.
Right. So you were there while it was going on, but you weren't there the day they got the verdict. Okay. And the verdict.
No.
Yeah, you weren't there when the verdict came
in.
Okay.
I'm not feeling like coming back for a while until something. It's a fairly boring trial.
It picked up steam though. I think once Jessica came on, it picked up some steam, and then now with Austin for sure. I mean, I'm reinvigorated. But you're right. Now we got to listen to Mitzi.
Thinking if Bella comes on, I do not think it's going to be a similar performance art.
Yeah.
Or whatever that was.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think about that? What about Jessica's testimony? What do you think?
I'm thinking, in fairness to her, this is awful, regardless.
Yeah.
It did not seem like she was unknowledgeable, or she's ignoring a lot, or she knew about everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Right. And nobody will ever know.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the sharpest tax in that family and the brain department all around.
Right. Yeah,
The one thing I like that she said is she's like, I was 18, I was mean, I was this. And I do believe she wasn't looking around. I was with my friends.
Right.
You know, that seems, I don't know teenagers that really care about anything but their friends.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just her, she definitely got a little bit more combative, if you will, the second day, you know, like.
Somebody talked to her for sure about her appearance.
Yeah,
she sure changed that.
Absolutely, yeah. Her appearance changed. She definitely was more like eye rolling and shaking her head, and you know, she just got a little bit more defensive, I thought, on day 2, and definitely her.
100%.
Yeah. Widespread Panic asks, what are the jury reactions to all of Monica's non-tears acting? What do you think about that?
Okay, this is what I was really, you know, because I only pay attention to certain things, but this is what I was really noticing today, because I was seeking that observation. There are only 4 jurors in the real jury box that even look at her.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yes. They're not really looking over at her. But when they do, you can see it. So, and there's one juror that is just a very intense person. I don't think anything is going past them with anyone. And they probably observe everything in the room.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Baca asks, what, do you know why the short day? I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, because a juror had a scheduling issue, and the judge originally called off both these days.
Right.
And then they made it available to work it out because of the, having Austin there. It's a big hassle.
Right. Yeah, I think he said last week. He said the 4th and the 5th they were going to be off. Is that what you remember?
Yeah, he just said it quickly, and I actually sought that information out before we wasted our time coming here because I originally wanted to go.
Yeah.
For this testimony.
Yeah, and I think Judge said that the juror spelled his name wrong. He added an H.
Yes, he said, he made those jokes like, because you spelled my name wrong, we're not going to be off. He is very personable, and he does care about his jury.
Yeah.
He's very aware. When you see those sudden breaks sometimes from just watching the last 2 days, it's because I told you it's hard. You just get tired in that air and the lack of air. And he is looking at how many jurors are staring at the clock or yawning or, getting fidgety, or it looks like those chairs aren't very comfortable. So.
Yeah. That's really funny because Jules, who I'm not sure if you're familiar with Jules, but
I know Jules. I watched her interview with Owens.
Okay, great. Okay, so she says it's always cold. Now she just goes to Florida trials, but she says it's always like freezing, and that's interesting that you're saying that it's stuffy. And so, do you think there's no AC or there's just no fan?
No, I think it's not consistent, and because I have worked for the government before, I know. I know if people aren't doing these certain reports to get things taken care of, when you're always hoping somebody else is going to report it, it's just not getting done.
Gotcha.
So the environment could use a little TLC and upkeep.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
It's inconsistent, and the weather here is either cold or hot or whatever.
Gotcha. Let's see if you guys have any other questions for Mona. Let us know, and let me think through. Let's see. Do you think that it really matters that Austin? He obviously he was caught in a lot of lies, but to me it didn't make a lot of difference. Did you feel that, or did you feel, and what do you think the jury's takeaway of him kind of changing his testimony here and there, or just saying I don't remember, or I did this or that? What do you think about that?
I feel like today to anybody that's really observant. He seems credible when you walked out, and I fear for the defense if they're going to start hammering him. It seemed unnecessary to even drag it out this long. And
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be on long tomorrow. Should be interesting to see who's up.
Well, let's see. It's recross. They were
They already recrossed. They were good.
Yeah.
They were working hard.
Yeah. So now it's back to redirect.
Right. It's reread, and it shouldn't even be, and it's excessive.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I said at one point, one of the breaks, I mean, there's some witnesses who just are blatantly lying, like, Jodi Arias or Jen McCabe, and you're like, oh, you just want to like scream at them. But with Austin, Charlie Adelson, exactly.
Sarah Boone.
Yeah, Murdaugh, yeah, all these guys, all these witnesses, you just know that they're not telling the truth, and you want to scream at them. But like with Austin, he's doing the best he can. I believe him. I believe that he didn't want to do this, and then Levine's like, well, why don't you just go home, after that night, at the restaurant or whatever in that strip mall, why didn't you just leave? And he's like, I don't know. It was 8 years ago. He kept saying it was 8 years ago. It's 8 years ago. I mean, how do you expect him to remember these minute details when he was trying to suppress this? It's clear that he was trying to suppress this whole thing.
I think it's credible that he wouldn't remember the details, that he was freaked out, that he didn't want to actualize it. And I have to say, just for our little crew here, 3 times yesterday, for some reason, I let out a little laugh. I don't know. I know one of them he's like, so you're telling me you got in the Versa trunk? And he's like, yep. And I don't know. It just struck a funny bone. I think I mortified my husband with my behavior. He thought we were going to get kicked out. I think I'd laughed today once too, and then I bit my lip and put a lozenge in and sat on my hands and tried to remember myself to not be like human or something.
Right. No emotion. You cannot show any emotion. Judge Cohen will get you.
Some of this stuff, you want to go, come on, man, wrap it up.
I know, right? All right. Well, to that point, Lily Wayne says, how does the jury react when Levine's voice gets really high and aggressive? Because when he thinks he's onto something.
Nobody was liking it. Nobody was liking it today.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they were paying attention. Today, they were not paying. They were just ready for it, observationally, in my opinion, for it to be over.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
It seems like a waste of everybody's time, and I think people feel that way from watching their, facial expressions and postures.
Gotcha.
And like I said, that they all stopped taking notes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure the prosecutors and the defense have eyes on the jury, like the back, maybe not the main players, if you will, but the people that are sitting, like the assistants, if you will, and they're probably, they have eyes on the jury, and they go back after at breaks and during the evening and say, this hit well with the jury, this didn't hit well with the jury, and they probably work around that,
I know that same female attorney is positioned and watching. Monica occasionally tries to make eye contact with somebody, but it doesn't seem like they're returning it.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, Shirley says, Shirley Roth, when he doesn't know Austin's name, I think he said she a couple times, meaning Fabio, when she got killed. I think he said that twice. And then I think he said Baker, and then he's like, oh, no, Austin. He's
No, right. He was really flubbing.
Yeah. And he's like a major player. I mean, I don't know if it's just his age or he's just not focused or what, but I mean, he's repped a lot of big clients. And
I'm going to be somewhat cautious with this comment, so I'm going to really think it through.
Sure.
It visually seems like it's his business, and he has a lot of people working for him. But he's been on this case, and he wants to strut or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that one young guy that sits next to Monica was, he gets he's doing all the information. And when they broke today early, all of the defense attorneys gathered in the hallway at the end and whisper talked. And Levine was not talking, so they were all informing him of whatever. But I was very careful not to pay attention.
Sure. Yeah, we don't want you to.
I didn't want to eavesdrop, but I eavesdropped enough to hear who words he was speaking. Is this?
Yep.
So, any other questions?
If you have
Trial TV Live?
Yes. Lily Wayne says, does the good-looking young attorney who you just mentioned, sitting beside Monica, ever interact with her?
Not really.
Yeah.
He's not. She occasionally will try to interact with him, but his scene is looking at his mentor and being very excited to get a part in this trial.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's happy to be there working for this lawyer.
Gotcha.
And there are less lawyers. There were four. Wait a minute, 1, 2. There were 2 detectives and 2 prosecutors, and there were still 3 attorneys at the defense table and 2 behind, including the English accent guy.
Oh, he's there? He's still there?
He was sitting in one of the chairs behind the table.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Drunky the Bear wants to know, does he look like Eddie Munster in real life?
The curly, the wavy haired guy, or the English guy?
I think the dark haired guy. Yeah. Does he have wavy hair? Who was sitting? Yeah.
To me, who has 2 grandsons, he just looks like a kid.
Yeah.
It's just like that. A kid with wavy hair that's super excited to have this kid.
Right. I hear you. All right. Well, we will let you go. We really appreciate you calling in. And you think you're going to go tomorrow?
No way.
Not tomorrow. Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, actually, I have to start paying attention to the Markel case again because I'm going to do a little thing with Judy tomorrow night. We do dueling Dawnas sometimes. So
Gotcha.
I have to do my homework for that.
Gotcha. All right. No worries. Well, thank you. One last question. Baca wants to know, do you know who's paying for the team? Do you know who's paying her defense? Do you have any idea?
No, but I venture a guess, like all of us, that maybe it's coming out of the daughter, both of the daughters' money, because she hired him right away.
Yeah.
And he's been on the case for 8 years.
Yeah.
Maybe he's being paid by the minute, and that's why he takes so long.
Yeah. And Blair Burke, she's definitely represented some heavy hitters as well.
Yeah, she's the jury watcher.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
All right. Yeah. All right. We will let you go. Thank you to you and say thank you to Marty as well. We really appreciate you guys both. And next time you go, shoot me a text and we'll see if we can get you on again.
Oh, for sure. I want to, if anybody finds out when Baker's going to be on, I'm going to try to be there for one of those 10 days. He'll probably be understand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's 2 days. Drunky the Bear said it's 2 days. So when he's at Wasco, and then I guess it takes 2 days. So when he's not there, it takes 2 days for him to show up.
I mean Baker. Are you talking about Baker?
Yeah. Baker. Yeah. Baker. Yep.
Oh yeah. Let's find out. So somebody's watching the transfer schedule.
Yeah. Drunky the Bear's. She's got that.
Cool, Drunky.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Let Drunky let you know, and you text me.
Okay.
So we can try to make it.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you for your time. And are you guys driving? You guys driving, or are you about?
We're walking in the rain. We're now in Chinatown, and we're going to go have some lunch, and then we'll stroll back up to the car.
Nice. All right. Well, everybody's saying thank you to you and to your hubby and all that. So.
Same to everybody. Thanks, Chris. Have a great day.
All right. You too. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. That was cool, right? Thank you, Hey Mona and Marty. That's awesome. Drunky the Bear, you're going to keep checking online. Fantastic. Irish Amy also says thank you. Everybody's saying thank you. Dreama, Pammy, Julie, and Baca. Nan R., the older defense lawyer, said to the judge, "It's been a while. Has he been active recently, if you know?" Yeah, we're not sure. Therapist also says thank you. Nan R., thank you. Hellcat says thank you. Capri Law says goodbye. And Brenda Mayer says thank you as well. Drunky the Bear. I love that my nickname is Drunky, all because of Sarah Boone. You're 54 and still have a college age nickname. Nice. Drunky. And Lily Wayne says she is great. What great observations. Yeah, it is so cool. And guys, going forward, any of these trials that we cover, if you're anywhere near any of these trials and you want to, show up and go, definitely keep that in mind and call in, Trial Junkies United says, great job, Mona. Dreama says, thanks to Chris, Aaron, and wonderful mods. Absolutely. So, all right, guys, cool. So that was fun. So do you want to just get back to this real quick as far as, let me just finish up my my recap here. All right, so we were talking about, so let's see, Fabio might have been in smoking a cigar in the chair. He didn't see Fabio on a computer or phone. So that's what I was thinking. Fabio's in this chair, he's hanging out. It's like, 2:00 in the afternoon. I think it was a Monday or something, Monday or Tuesday. He's got a cigar. He might have been on his phone, but Austin says he wasn't. But again, Austin, that's a minute detail that you're not really going to care or worry about or remember. So redirect was he knew who Monica was, but he didn't know her personally, right? He's like, I knew who she was, but I didn't know, what her favorite color was, what her favorite movie was, what kind of food she liked. So they talked about that. He wanted to talk to law enforcement. He didn't want to play with them. Didn't want to waste their time. This is when the judge yelled stop that Mona was talking about. Stop. And then we've talked about this. Levine did an objection. So the judge is like, stop. We've talked about this. Baker told Austin later the gold coins came from the safe. Now, I looked up my notes and there were no bloodstains on the safe. Monica said she didn't know what the password was. And the safe was open. So that's interesting that there were no bloodstains on the safe. So Austin says he was not offered a deal in Washington. He wasn't sure if he would ever see his wife again. He was also taking care of his grandmother. He said he just wanted to see his girls. Did we ever ask you, we need you to testify against Monica? And he said, no, ma'am. Baker called Fabio the MF. Austin never did that. Baker told him she left him home alone. We have to go now. Baker said, yeah, it seems like it makes much more sense that it's Baker that has this anger and frustration and aggression to Fabio, not Austin. Austin could care less about Fabio. He's not going to call him, he's not going to call him bad words. It's Baker that's going to do it. I totally understand that. Baker said she was going to leave the key somewhere where Baker could find him. That's the Porsche. He understands that 16 to life means there is no end date. After 16 years, that's the first opportunity you get to go in front of a parole board. And as you guys were talking about, he's probably not going to get parole for maybe third, fourth, fifth time. He might get some parole. We'll see. So is this a deal? He was asked. He says, I'm not going home and I won't be able to work with my youth. So then on the recross, Mr. Levine says, do you know that Baker is life without parole? He said, yep. He says, I won't deal. Let's say plea agreement. And then the judge is like, I'm not listening to you on any of this. And he said overruled, but then he says, I stand corrected, sustained. He says, Austin said his attorney gave him a list of 3 to 4 potential outcomes and what the state was going to charge him with. And he's like, you had something to gain from the deal. He's like, correct. Yeah. What's the point of making a deal? What info did you withhold? And that was an objection. And judge says, sustained. We've been through this. The detective brought up Monica first. Then the agent started talking. So he's like, I don't want to misquote that man. That's not fair. So he let me know we were all involved in some shape or form. So the detective came to the cell door and I guess held pictures up and talked about Monica. And I don't know. I believe Austin. That's where I stand. I think we pretty much are all in agreement with that. So All right, guys. All right, Leslie. Thanks, Mona. I have to leave for now. See you tomorrow. Ciao. Yep, I'm going to go too. All right. Yep. Thank you, Aaron, for putting together these fantastic thumbnails. Thank you to Mona. Thank you to our mods. You guys are the best. Appreciate you all. Let's see. OnlyFan and Therapist You Know, Widespread Panic, Fala, Hellcat, Brat. Thank you guys for being with us. Drunky the Bear. It's awesome every time we have someone reporting from inside. Yes, thank you. And Super Ball. Here, I will leave you with, here, let me go full screen. Let me go full screen on you. And there's little pants. Super Ball. Yo. Here's your cool girl. Getting some afternoon sun. Yes. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. You heard the judge. They're going to be back on at 9 o'clock tomorrow, which is 12 o'clock our time. But there is a half-hour delay. I discovered that because Mona texted me yesterday and today, and she's like, we're done for the day, and then a half hour later, we end. So they're definitely on a half-hour delay. So we'll start, we could start at 12 tomorrow. We'll start at 12, knowing full well that they're going to go, half hour. Maybe we'll play something else. We'll see what we got. But Trial Junkies United. Moose says hi, Super Ball. Yeah. Sweet. All right, guys, have a great one. And we will be a full day tomorrow. Today was a half day, but we will be a full day tomorrow. And take care of yourselves. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.